The boundless natural world exists outside of us, and yet, the wonder and beauty of Sarasota's nature lives within each of us. It moves you with a kind of exhilaration that renews itself with every beat of your heart. Come and feel it for yourself. Nature's Canvas awaits in Sarasota.
Ready to discover the hidden gems of Sarasota? Escape to Sarasota County, where sun-kissed beaches meet award-winning restaurants and vibrant cultural attractions. From the crystal-clear waters all along our coast to local flavors and memorable experiences, Sarasota offers endless ways to relax, indulge, and explore. Plan your unforgettable getaway today.
Good morning, everyone. This is David Maloof, along with Michael Albert. We are going to be doing commentary on Kyle Maloof against Brian Cumming this morning.
This is the round of 16.
And we started with a typical east boundary opening for Brian, who won the toss. Kyle went to corner 2 with a defensive move. And now we'll see what shot Kyle makes. The beginning of the game is really all about trying to get innings. Innings is when you get your balls together and try to build what's known as a break. So to get a break, you need to capture one or both of the opponent balls, use your partner ball, and set up a pattern, either a 3 or 4 ball break to...
Kyle's going to take the short shot.
To try to build a turn that this scores multiple wickets. So Kyle right now is shooting at Brian's 2 balls on the east boundary with ball number 4. If he hits, he's going to try to build the first break. If he misses, it's up to Brian. So Kyle shoots, hits red, so Kyle will try to build the break off of red and yellow. So the first part of this is nothing more than getting red on the court, and I imagine he's going to be trying to get the rush directly to hoop number 1. Balls are pretty close together, so he's not going to get red out on the court very far, but he'll get it out a little bit. If he makes a good rush to hoop number 1, then he's got a chance to rush back to red, and his hope is to get things organized for the first break. It's not an easy build, but certainly one at this level that the players are capable of making. So he's getting ready to rush yellow to hoop number 1. to start his build. Rushes a little bit on the short side. We'll see how he decides to play this, how aggressive he decides to play it. Looks like he's going to do a roll shot up to the hoop. This tells me that if he makes the hoop, he's going to probably send yellow over to wicket 3, going up to his partner blue in corner 2. Try to roll out from blue. But first, he's going to make hoop number 1. So here's the approach. Approach looks good. First hoop of the day is always a little tricky for everybody. You're trying to settle the nerves in, and that's clean. He's looking at red over on the sideline, so that tells me he may be doing a takeoff over to red. His line. Looks like he's going to leave yellow. No, he is going directly, bringing yellow over to hoop number 3 and going up to partner ball in corner 2.
He's got a nice rush out of
the
corner, I think.
He might even have the rush out of corner 2, which would be a big plus. Unless, no, he went out of bounds. He rolled out of bounds. So Kyle's turn is over. He's got Brian's 2 balls out on the court, which is a good thing for him. But his turn has ended since he rolled out of bounds. Brian's looking at a big, juicy double target. Kyle's 2 balls in corner 2. Looks like he's going to take that shot. Brian hits, and can't tell if black is a corner ball, but it looks like Brian may have a corner cannon out of corner number 2. Let's see how he puts these together. Yep, he has. So Brian is ball in hand on black, or on blue, sorry. Trying to figure out how Brian is going to do this. Looks like he's just popping black out on the court a little bit where he can rush it to number 1. So Brian basically is in the same situation as Kyle. He has innings, which means he has control of the balls on the court. But again, not an easy build to put it together. So let's see if Brian does a little better than Kyle putting this together. For those of you that don't know Brian, Brian is from Canada, and Brian has over 700, almost 800 triple peels in his career. That's where you run your second ball around. Very nice. And peel your partner through the final 3 wickets to finish the game. Brian is one of the best in North America at that. Been for years and years. This match is a great contrast in age. Brian is 72, Kyle is 39 years old, so you're seeing the young and the old. So Brian's basically doing the same play that Kyle was doing, sending ball over to hoop number 3. He wants to hit the blue ball in the corner and see if he can roll out and begin his break. Again, Brian's got years and years of experience. This is a shot he's done 100 times, so makes the hit. He'll roll blue out behind wicket 2, trying to get position in front of 2. If he pulls this off, he has his break started. It looks like a really good roll shot. So if he scores this, he is well on his way to scoring the first 9 wickets and getting a good lead into the game. So one good wicket shot here, and he's got things put together very well. And he cleanly runs the hoop, and good pioneer at 3. So is off and running. So blue heads to 4, and he's going directly to black, I'm sure. And he's got red out on the court enough where he'll pick up that 4th ball to turn his 3-ball break into a 4-ball break after wicket number 3. So, done a very, very nice job here. Respectable pioneer, not a great one, but still in very good control. Good rush up to 3, so he's in very, very good position. So he'll hit black, and he definitely wants to get to that red ball right away, because having that 4th ball in play is a huge advantage at this level. It allows for fixing when you get a bad pioneer. The pioneer is the ball he is sending a wicket in advance, so he's going to send black to wicket 5, going to red. If he gets a good pioneer, red will... That's a good pioneer, not bad. He'll now be able to send red out to the have extra ball in play to help keep this break simple and clean. So he's done the tough work. Now it's just making sure he doesn't have any major failures. This next wicket right here is probably going to be his most difficult one to get by, simply because blue is still probably about 5 yards from wicket 4, so he does want to get his rush on blue, which he didn't do a great job on. And these are shots that at this level Brian's going to be able to hit blue and roll up to the wicket pretty comfortably from this distance, but this is just one of those situations where there's always a little bit of danger involved. You're coming into position from across the shooting line, so it's still a little bit tricky, but he's done a very good job with it. It looks like a little bit of an angle, but nothing he can't handle. Very nice. So I suspect blue is going to number 6. I also suspect he's going to go to red first because it's a little easier from red to get good position on black, so he doesn't have any difficult roll-ups coming up to the hoop. And a nice job there. Courts are a little bit slower than the players are used to, so until they get used to the speed, you're going to see a lot of the pioneers coming up a little bit short, a lot of the rushes coming up a little short. But he's got things in pretty good order now, so that anything can be pretty easily fixed. Typically after this wicket, Brian's gonna send partner over to wicket number 8, since it's setting it up from short distance. So he'll come through, hit red softly, send it over to wicket 8, and then rush black up. And although no, he is gonna do that. This gives him a chance to get a very good pioneer at wicket 8, and that's a very important pioneer because, first of all, it's near a balk line, so you never want to make a mistake at wicket 8 because you've given up a lift by that point in time in your break, and having that good pioneer just ensures that you don't have a major catastrophe if something breaks down. Black goes up to wicket 7. Wants a good rush on blue up to wicket 6. He's not happy with his pioneer at wicket 7. So even though things are in very, very good order, Brian knows that keeping things simple and easy is critical at this level because, any mistake turns, an easy break for you into an easy break for your opponents. And everyone wants to make sure that they make their opponents earn it with long hit-ins.
So, David, we've got a couple of questions on the chat. All of these knockout games from the round of 16 that we're currently playing will be best of 3 matches. We've been asked about the balls and the wickets, and the balls are all new Invictus balls. The wickets are quadway wickets.
Yeah, these wickets are interesting wickets. The first time I played at them was at played with them in 2014 in New Zealand. Played with them. These wickets and these balls are very, very punish anything that hits a lot of wires. They're very springy. So your break play very clean. And the Invictus balls tend to be a little bit larger in diameter and lessons. So these really reward good play, but you know, you'll see even some of the top players miss shots that unmissable, but it's really because of the balls and so it's very hard to make sure every wicket shot is easy.
Scored 7, right?
Brian's got 2 wickets to go before he has to. Perfect Pioneer at wicket 8. At 9, he sent Black out to have out in that side of the court. That's Kyle wicket for Black, and he doesn't want to have Blue up near Black's wicket. He wants to make sure that Black has to go all the way back across the court to score the ball that Kyle's going to want to pick up. But I'm not sure at this point. So after this next wicket, Kyle gets a lift to either the A or B block line. Brian is thinking about his leave. He's set up for what's called a new standard leave. That's when you leave the opponent ball pinned behind wicket 9, and Red having a rush to wicket number 1.
That is probably Brian Cumming's go-to leave. He uses that leave more than any other, I think.
This is a little interesting that I guess he thinks he needs to fix the Black ball. So he is right away going to Black, which tells me that he's probably not going to do that leave. No, I guess he still is, most likely. He's just trying to fix up Black a little bit. Black's a little bit close to the B block line. I think he feels he has to get it over a little bit further to the sideline. He's not going to be happy with this because he really needs control on Blue to make sure he doesn't make a mistake on the final wicket. And hitting Black and doing a takeoff to Blue is pretty simple, but doing a heavy takeoff, moving Blue to the sideline is difficult. So he's now checking to see if Black is going to be visible from the B block line. So looks like he's pretty happy with that. So he's probably not going to have to move that very much.
So he's looking for more of a mom leave then instead of a new standard.
Yeah, this is the 2-4 leave where he's going to leave that up by wicket number 7 with a rush. Let's see how far he moves that Black ball. So he couldn't have been too happy with it.
He moved it away.
To the sideline. Very good takeoff to Blue. That was exceptionally good right there.
So there is a question in the chat, and we did say that these will be best of 3 all the way through to the final round. The final round including best of 3.
He's done a good job with that, but again, Brian's not going to be 100% thrilled with this because it's a little bit of an angled approach, and it's not that this is difficult, it's that he really needs to be in control, and he's done this beautifully. I mean, he's dialed in very well with the control. But he's got to leave Blue precisely by the right-hand wire as he's looking at it so that it's not visible from the A block line. also has to be rushable.
He's done a lovely job of that.
I think so. It may be open from the 8-balk line. I can't tell which. No, actually, it looks pretty good.
I think he's got it.
Yeah, he does have it. Looking at the camera, it's a little bit different. So he's going to try to bring yellow and red over to the sideline at a place where blue has no backswing to hit it. So he's just checking for that spot right now. So these are the little areas where any kind of a little mistake, if he leaves a ball visible to blue, where blue has a backswing, that's critical because the 7-yard hit for Kyle to get the innings. So he's going to be very, very careful with where he puts red and yellow here. So that looks pretty good.
He's left it a little short, David, which means it just leaves Kyle a shorter shot from the A-balk.
He's not real happy with that because he's worried that blue might have a backswing at the red ball. Left a pretty short shot as well from the 8-balk line, so he's So I think he has just played a wrong ball. I know he has. He just played
He played red, and nobody has picked up on this.
Right, so it's up to the players to figure out. But he has definitely played the red ball when it was yellow's turn to pull that in front. So that would be a fault if it is recognized. Once this play is over, if Kyle takes a shot before he realizes that, then that would be a fault. Red would go back, and that would end the turn.
From Kyle's body language, I think he hasn't realized that happened.
No. But the problem for Brian is that the ball he has set up for this break is not the ball that is for wicket number 1. He set it up for yellow to take this break. And yellow is for wicket 10. So this is going to be...
So we've got a question here about the courts. The courts are in excellent condition here. They are not quite as fast as we'd like. They are probably about, on a stimp meter, 7.5 to 8. But they are in excellent condition. The grass is very healthy. We're seeing they're being cut every morning, double cut every morning, and rolled every morning. But we're in absolute optimum growing conditions down here this time of year, and they are putting on a lot of growth every day. They just got fertilized a couple of weeks ago, and they're showing a big growth spurt right now. Ooh.
Kyle has shot and missed his lift. So Brian will try to add another triple to his long career of triples and see if he can finish the game on this turn. So he's got to run 12 wickets. And peel his partner ball through wicket 10, 11, and 12. I think Brian is recognizing now.
He's just recognizing he played a wrong ball.
So they are discussing. Brian realizes he played a wrong ball. Kyle
just
is
said that he
telling
has
him that once he
condoned
played his shot, he condoned the mistake that Brian made. So Brian, being the sportsman that he is, has asked for a referee for ruling. But at this point in time, I don't believe there's any remedy for the situation at hand.
Stewart's going to come out.
So they've asked for a referee. Stewart's going to give a ruling. So they're asking Martin.
So while we're waiting for that to be discussed, we would like to thank some of our supporters. Support for the USCA YouTube channel is being provided by Oakley Woods Croquet for all of your croquet needs, from mallets, wickets, and other equipment. Chris and Gail Barley, Karen Weiss, artist. Sarasota County Parks and Recreation. Visit Sarasota. Thanks also to the Sarasota County Croquet Club, our host this week, and of course the United States Croquet Association, our governing body for the sport in America. Thank you.
So right now the players are just discussing the situation with Martin, who is one of the most respected referees in North America. They're explaining the situation. The score is 9-1, by the way.
So I think when Brian walked out and realized that red and yellow were reversed on the court is when he realized he had played the wrong ball.
So you're asking when the wrong ball was played.
Yes.
It was played after you rolled the two balls over there into position.
So it was after
After the croquet shot.
After he scored the final
His
hoop.
continuation shot.
So the clips are correct. I condoned the wrong ball then.
Correct.
And so the balls
It was
stay
the
where they are,
continuation
and you
shot
play it.
that was played wrong.
And it is, yes.
You played the croquet shot, then you
so-
tested it for
Very
blue,
end, I
Just
played
the last-
wrong
and then you
Yep.
played red as the continuation shot.
Yeah. So
Did the balls go back?
no.
No, he's already played.
No, because I played a
Can I
shot.
switch it around so I have the proper rush?
He did take the short shot. Very helpful.
So what they were discussing right there is when the wrong ball was played. So if the wrong ball was played earlier and scored points, those points would not count. But since all of the wickets were scored with the correct ball when Kyle played black, it became condoned, and that's what they were discussing here. So the idea here, I think Brian is going to play it this way. He will put black out on the court a little bit. He's going to try to rush yellow into corner 4 for spacing. And he's going to send yellow to wicket 2 and try to rush blue to wicket number 1. So this goes corner. Yellow goes to 2. This is a lead that Brian does a lot, so he knows this shot quite well. So for most people, this would be an intimidating shot, but Brian knows his percentages, so he knows if he gets a good pioneer up at 2, his ball should come in on a line to rush blue over to wicket number 1. So
He's overruled that.
he has done a little bit more than he wanted, so he does not have a straight rush. So he's going to have a big roll shot trying to get over to wicket number 1.
He's going just past halfway, so he's given himself another 7-yard roll up to get there.
So this is the shot right here that determines how this match is going to play out. If he makes this roll shot well, he's got a very, very good chance to add to his triples to finish the game. If he makes a mistake here, he's left blue and black pretty close together. That's going to be a tester. It is a wicket shot, but there's not many places to bail out right here, so it looks like a pretty big angle. So he's trying to figure out how can he limit the damage right here. If he takes this wicket shot and misses, then blue has a pretty short shot on black to start his break. So the game just got a little bit interesting. He's just looking at the shot that either black has on blue or blue has on black, and he's trying to decide where he wants to go and hide to limit the damage. Black's got a ball up by its wicket. Blue could hit black and roll up. So Kyle's
decided to bail.
The balls. Okay, so he's just done a little bit of a tice so that if black does shoot at blue and misses, then it's a very easy build. So Kyle's going to have to play blue into black. So lining up his shot. And Brian knows where he is. Even if he makes this hit, it's still not an easy build, so and misses. So Kyle's a little bit off in his shooting. That's one of the things about AC that is a little bit different in that in association laws, you're sitting out for a while, you lose a little bit of a rhythm. It's not easy to come out on the court and just make that shot right off the bat. So I suspect right now Brian's going to shoot up to his yellow ball. Trying to hit yellow because he does have blue and black. So So if he hits yellow, he's in pretty strong position. Very strong position. And he's center balled it. So here I suspect he's going to go to blue, send blue over to wicket 2, and try to score wicket 1 off of black. So, blue will go up to wicket 2. He's going to try to get the rush on black to wicket number 1. Again, this is a shot that Brian does often. This is very typical of starting a break with what's called a super shot, where you put your partner ball out in the middle of the court and from the east boundary roll up to the ball in the middle of the court while sending a pioneer to 2. So that's, again, a shot he's done many, many times. Done a very nice rush.
And he's right in front of the hoop.
No, he's behind the hoop. But it's a little bit of an angle, so this should be fairly routine for Brian. Nice job getting a really good position. He would love to get a rush out of this wicket, meaning get a rush on black to the north boundary. But I think at this point in the game, he's going to be happy just making the wicket. So he's got 2 choices. He's going to send black. He could even leave black there, but he really wants yellow as his pioneer at wicket 3, because starting the triple with your partner at wicket 3 means that gives you the optimum chance to get the first peel done after wicket 3. It's called an on-time triple. If he doesn't do that, it becomes a little bit more difficult in that he's done a beautiful job with that, in that you're usually having to peel and then rush balls to your wicket. So when you have it, the peel at the same wicket that you're trying to score, it's an easy chance to get the peel without much damage. So his hope is to bring yellow. He doesn't have to get it all the way over to 3. He can bring it anywhere out near the middle of the court, because he's got very good position with black as a pioneer. So he's more concerned right now with just making sure he gets a very, very good rush on blue to wicket 2. I'm a little surprised he's doing this with a takeoff. I would have thought bringing yellow out in the middle of the court would have given him a better chance of getting yellow over well.
All right. For those of you that are viewing and are a little confused about the scoring, we are going to change the scoring after this game. We have a break. We know that we should be keeping score on each individual ball, but we're just not set up for that right now. So I'm giving you total wickets scored, and we'll come back after the break with individual ball scores.
Set it nicely in front of wicket 2, so he'll score wicket 2, hit the blue ball into the corner for a little better spacing, because he needs to send blue all the way to wicket 4, and he wants to get a rush on yellow as close to wicket 3 as possible. done a very good job there. This rush would be very useful for Brian to get it over.
It'll set him up with an on-time triple attempt.
So he's done well. He wants to get that in scoring position at wicket 10. In other words, behind the number 3 wicket, lined up perfect so that when he hits, goes through the wicket, he'll hit yellow and try to. That's pretty good right there. A little bit of an angle, but I think he's okay with that. I think he'll be pretty happy. So he'll hit black. Black's going to be what's called an escape ball, meaning that he's going to put it out behind yellow so that he can do a split shot sending yellow through the wicket afterwards and rush black down to it blue. He's come up a little bit shorter than he'd like. And it's not that these shots are difficult, but you want to be able to run these wickets with control. You don't want to feel like you have to.
He's done a nice job of sneaking past yellow there.
He's going to push yellow right in front of wicket 10, which I think he's done well. I can't see from here, but it looks good. What's bothering him is that he can't get behind the black ball. So getting yellow through the wicket is not that difficult, but he'd like to make his break easy, which means he'd like to get a rush on black down to a wicket 4. And so he could bring red left of the wicket, but there's always the danger of having yellow between him and black. So he's probably going to have to make a long roll shot on black down to blue, which shouldn't bother Brian much. But
So he's opted to have just a little stop shot, so he has a clean Croquet at black.
he's made his first peel, so sends black to 5, going to blue. He's got a really good pioneer with blue at wicket 4, and that's really important in this because after he scores wicket 4, he would like to be able to rush blue well up into corner 3 so he can get both blue and yellow set up at wicket number 6. That will give him his second peel on time. Yeah, so the knockouts were set up in advance. The top 4 players in each block get put in specified positions before. The players were put in, so if you ended up first in your block, you get put in a certain place. Second in your block, you get put in a certain place. So, you know, there's no maneuvering or anything like that that could possibly happen. So, you know, it's a standard formula that is used, and this is where everything fell into place. So I can tell you Kyle was not thrilled to have to play Brian in the first round of the knockouts, but that's just with their seedings, that's just where things ended up. But just like most other sports, there are seedings that determine your positioning in the play, and they follow that rule, and everybody lives with it. Very nice Croquet by Brian right there. He was very happy he got that off of the wicket. It was behind the wicket, and he knows he really would love to get a rush up to corner 3 after this wicket. Does not look like he's going to get it. reason that rush is valuable is that he wants yellow in peeling position after wicket 6. That's going to make the end of his turn a whole lot easier. So if he can get behind yellow, rush it over toward wicket 6 after this shot, sending black up to wicket 7, it will make the rest of his turn a lot more reliable. So we'll see how he does. He's got a big shot here. Looks like he's hit it very solid, and he's got a very good chance to get that rush. He did the only
He rolled it right into a
unthinkable
wired
thing
position
that he could do. He put himself right up against the post. And that's the danger in this game when you are doing those long roll shots, especially with balls near the wicket. There's always unexpected things that can happen. That was almost a phenomenal shot. It was almost a perfect rush over to wicket 6, but one little mistake can make a big difference. So that's why getting that rush into corner 3 would have been so valuable and helpful for him. So he's just looking for a place to get off the court. The reason he called the referee out here, all experienced players do this because he is touching a wire. If he hits the post and moves the ball before his mallet hits it, that's going to be a fault. So he has to be very careful on this shot right here. And no one wants to take any chances with making a mistake like this and having an opponent.
He was having to go at blue.
Yeah, he was trying to hit blue, which would have bailed him out of trouble.
So it was left Kyle an easy entry into this next inning.
Well, easy. Kyle still has to hit something. So we'll see what shot Kyle takes. He's still got about 7 yards at yellow. I can't tell how far through yellow is. I can't see if he's got whole ball on yellow. Looks like he
Yellow
thinks
looks
he
like
does.
it rolled through about 1.5 feet.
Yeah, so he's got about a 6-yarder. And
He's gotten it.
Yeah. So Kyle's got a couple of options here. He could roll yellow out to wicket 2. Or just leave it in the corner, start with a 3-ball break and pick it up a little bit later. But he's definitely going to black first, and he's going to rush red to wicket number 1. Unless he's going to rush. Oh, he's going to rush red back to black. Did not do a great job on that takeoff. I can't tell how far black is out on the court. He's probably thinking of getting behind black. And
Black is
rushing.
at least 3 yards off the back boundary,
Okay,
David.
so he's trying to get black down to wicket number 1. This is always safer starting a break because, if he has a long rush, he's been sitting for a while, and he makes a bad shot down to wicket number 1 and an opponent, he's given away innings. So looks like he's gonna just roll both balls down to wicket number 1. He's hoping to get position at wicket 1, but that would be one hell of a roll shot if he gets position.
Well, he's only come up 2 yards short.
Yeah. So now he's got to decide where he wants to place this. So this is interesting. He's setting up black for a rush
To its wicket.
to its wicket, but that gives red a free shot at blue and black, unless red's tucked behind the wicket. I can't tell if it's behind the wicket or not.
Red is behind the wicket, and I think he's got a nice wire there, and red's open on yellow.
Yeah, so
In the
red is
corner.
going to have to shoot at yellow. So Kyle's thinking of building the break for black.
And he's aimed at yellow. He's not aimed at hoop 2.
Yeah. So Brian, this is the logical shot for Brian right here, is to take this. If Brian can see this, he's going to shoot this for sure. Doesn't look like Brian can see it from the camera view, but he may.
Well, he's lining up
He's
on it as
lining
if he
up
can
like
see
he
it.
can see it. This could be nope. So Kyle's got a couple options. He could rush to corner 4. I have a feeling, knowing Kyle, he is probably going to do what's called a load and hold. I think he's going to play this for blue. He's going to try to hit blue or hit black, send black up to wicket 2, trying to catch, no, leave
Other way.
black
Yeah.
behind wicket 1. Well, he may even have a rush to ring.
He doesn't. He's
Yeah,
going to
he
the
does.
corner.
Yeah, okay. So he's going to probably try to build right away off of this. So he's got 2 ways to play it. He can do a load and hold, which means he would send
Black to 1, red to 2.
black behind 1 and red to 2, trying to get position. That's kind of what I'm thinking he's going to do here. Yeah. Although it does kind
It
of
looks
look
like he's trying to
getting
get a
the
rush.
Yeah. So he's trying to get that out on the court, get the rush to 1, and then he'll rush back to black and rush black up. So this is a lot of work to get this break together.
He's
Nice
done a
shot
lovely
there.
job, David, of getting that ball right in front of the hoop, about 1 yard out.
Still a bit of danger, though, because he's going to have a long rush to wicket number 2, and he's going to have to load red out in the middle of the court somewhere. And so he's got a lot of skills, but this is going to require all of his skills.
Ooh, now I can't see black.
So he has scored.
Well, I guess he
Maybe
can see black. Okay. I guess he could see all of black.
Yep. So he won't be able to get the spacing, I don't think, to get black all the way up to wicket 3, although maybe he
So,
can.
David, he's got a good 2.5 yards on red past the wicket 1.
Yeah. So he'll try to get the rush up there. He wants black out as pioneer toward wicket 3. He's got to be a little bit careful here because if he doesn't get a good rush, he doesn't want to leave yellow too near that ball.
It's rolled too far out towards the west.
He may be rushing up to yellow. We'll see. I don't know what he's got.
So he is going to yellow.
So he's trying to figure out where to leave balls, because wherever he leaves balls, if he doesn't score wicket 2, which is most probable at this point, Brian's going to have a relatively short
Got
shot
there about
at
12
some-
yards from red to black.
Yeah, that's probably about right. Looks like he's sending red over to wicket 3. He'll go to yellow in that case. No, over to wicket 2.
2.
Sorry. Yeah.
And I
this
think he's
point-
just going to take off. He's
Yeah,
going to hit yellow, take off,
exactly.
try to make the wicket.
So this is a golf croquet shot. In golf croquet, he would expect to be able to get position in front of that wicket, but stakes are a little bit higher in association. If he made a mistake at this wicket with black out on the court, Brian would have very, very good chance to finish this game again. So he's got a pretty important shot here. Looks short.
It's not going to get there,
It is
David.
definitely short. So now he's got to figure out some place to bail out. Red will be shooting definitely at yellow. And if it hits, Kyle has to be careful that it's not too easy a break with black at red's wicket. So Kyle needs to be...
You think Kyle's going to put a guard on black just to make sure that red doesn't take a shot at black?
I doubt it, because I think corner 1 is the place to go here. Just because red is going to be shooting at yellow, and if it hits, you don't want to put blue in a position where he can get that 4th ball right away. That would bring that triple easily back into play. So chance he puts a guard on it, but
Red is for hoop 6,
red is for 6.
and
Red
yellow is for hoop 11, the same hoop.
So red is definitely going to be shooting at the at the yellow ball.
He did opt for a guard there.
He opted for a guard. So it'll force red at yellow. If he hits, then Brian is back on his path to a finishing turn.
Brian's having a long look at black.
He is, but ultimately he's got to go at yellow because the reward is much higher, and black's still got a lot of separation between him and yellow and red
And blue.
and blue. So this is definitely the shot. Gives him innings, and even if Kyle hits, it's going to be a hard build for Kyle. And if Brian hits here, it's very easy build for Brian here.
He's
Did not
missed.
look happy with it.
He's missed. It's going to leave black a pretty fat target in that corner, I think.
Yeah, it will leave a pretty fat target, but the question is, what is he getting out of that big fat target? Not an easy build. So he's thinking the reward is higher by hitting blue, which it is.
Sam, I believe the lawns are running about 8 on a stimp meter. I don't know what the equivalent number of seconds on a plumber is for that. We haven't, I didn't get a chance to roll the lawns this morning, so I can't give you an exact number, but they are not as quick as we'd like to see them. We've been struggling with that all week.
So Kyle has made the hit. He'll load blue up to wicket 3, going to red and yellow, and try to build from there. Nice job with that. Be interesting to see if he plays this as a cannon right here. I think red is a corner ball. If it is, he gets the cannon.
Red's out of the corner.
Is it out of the corner?
Yeah, red's out of the corner
Okay.
by about a foot, foot and a half.
Well, it shouldn't matter a whole lot. He should be able to still.
So Rick, yes, I Do Beach Tennis is also producing this segment for us this week, and they did travel over yesterday from West Palm Beach to Sarasota and Venice to film the AC Nationals.
Looks like a good rush over, a fair rush over to wicket 2.
Did I say it wrong? What did I say? Oh. I know the difference. So I'll correct myself. That is I Do Live Stream is the name of the production company.
Kyle's done a good job with his split, so he's hoping to run this through to the baseline where he can rush red down to the middle of the court and start his turn. Or down to the base, yeah. So at this point, Kyle's going to have a decision to make. He could attempt to peel yellow through the last 2 wickets and make it a 2-on-1 game, or he could play it straight up and simply take his 9 and hope that he's a little more successful doing the triple. He's not going to be happy with that rush right there. It's a long takeoff over to yellow, and not that it's difficult, but things happen, which is what you saw with Brian, where, wickets get in the way, might get a little adrenaline rush, roll this takeoff out of bounds, but, these little things that look routine when you're playing for a national championship are never as routine. That was a good shot right there. So Kyle is off and running to see if he can get his first 9 wickets. So a lot of people, watch that don't know much about high-level AC. They watch and they see, well, one player's just sitting around. How can that be any fun? Well, nobody likes to be the one sitting around, but think about it in the flip side. The flip side is that, if you're the one on court, you get to continue to play. So, the glass is always got to be thought about as half full, not half empty. So, Kyle's not thrilled about where he ended up right there because, a lot of amateurs love to do takeoff shots, but for high-level players, they understand that a split shot from in front of the wicket is a whole lot more reliable than a takeoff from behind the wicket. So, this should be a simple shot right here, but
he's done a nice job there.
Yeah, but those are shots that the higher handicap players love to do takeoffs. The lower handicap players love to avoid takeoffs. They practice their split shots, their roll shots, and takeoffs are the shots that can be the most jumpy. So he sent that back to the north boundary for spacing. He wants to send blue probably down to wicket number 5 and then rush red over to yellow. This gives him 2 chances for a good pioneer at wicket number 5 because, again, things look easy in this game when they're running breaks until they're not. So, every shot has to be done with care and precision. And, Brian's roll into the wicket was a good example of why. As good as these players are, there is nothing guaranteed, even for the very top players. Every player here makes mistakes. Some less than others.
Kyle's gotten a nice rush right over to 4. A little bit short.
No, that's not bad because it gives him, 2 balls near wicket 5 and a really good chance to get a good rush on yellow up to wicket 4. So he just wants to keep every shot as simple as possible. So again, he's not quite dialed in with the speed. He's not got the straight rush to the front of the wicket that he would have liked. A little bit of an angle here, so he's handled it beautiful, but those are little things that, to the weekend player, they might not understand, but, the top level players know that they want to take as much risk out of the game as possible. So, and a nice job there. You can come through to the baseline with control. But again, you will see all of these players taking great care to make sure that every shot is in the right place. And, you know, with the top players, you know, you can basically predict where every ball is going to be. Right now, he's just trying to take furniture out of the way. He wants to make sure he's got a clear path for yellow up to wicket 6. No, he's not. He's going to send red to wicket 6. So he is setting up to be able to what we call load.
He's already loaded it.
No, he put that over there so he can load
to
partner.
escape. He's going to put partner there and escape with that.
So red's going up to 6. He's rushing partner back, and then he's going to rush partner over to 6 and yellow up toward red. Pioneer. It looks like he's got a good rush to wicket 5, so he's in pretty good shape there. Right now his thinking, you see him thinking, he's trying to decide which ball he wants to pin to wicket number 7. So you saw Brian leave a ball up at wicket 7 at the end of the turn, and one of Kyle's balls at wicket number 9 at the end of the turn. Kyle is going to do the same leave, and he's trying to figure out which ball he wants to have up at wicket number 9. He knows Brian wants to play the red ball, and he will probably want yellow as the ball pinned up at wicket 9, is my guess. Notice he took great care trying to get a good pioneer. Get the rush back up to red for good
So he can be
spacing.
on red's rush line when he approaches 1 back and 6.
So one of the things that's really important to the top players is spacing. So he wanted that just a little bit further. Spacing is the distance that you have to send your opponent up to a pioneer wicket, a wicket ahead, and your ball to the ball at your wicket. The closer you can keep it to a regular swing, a regular drive shot, the more control you're going to have on the forward ball. So he's always looking to get the spacing perfect so he doesn't have to add roll or hit a stop shot. He wants to be able to hit just a straight drive shot with the idea that a straight drive shot's going to send the Pioneers more accurately, more often into position. So as they run these breaks, these little things, these little attention to detail is what allows the players to run wickets with control and precision. So you'll notice he's sitting right in front of the wicket. He's got a chance to run this with good control. Gives him a rush over. So,
You know, David, I don't think Kyle's run a wicket that's longer than 2 feet. Most of them have been inside of 18 inches on this break.
Once he gets going, he is very, very good at being able to
have good close approaches.
Right. So you notice everything is in pretty good shape now. So the way he's sending red out tells
he's going
me
to put
that
red
yellow,
on.
Yellow's going to be the ball that he's going to pin at the wicket at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to get this yellow ball as close to position where he can hide it from the B balk line. So he wants to come through softly, which he's done. He's hit yellow. So now he's going to try to pin it up close to the wicket so that there's no chance of it being, it looks like he's going to put it in the wicket, which means that that's a very, very good shot. So there's no way that red can see that ball. That is the ball that is at Kyle's wicket for partner. So he's going to send red over to wicket 9. And he might do what's called a summer leave here. I'm not sure how he's going to play this. He may decide to set the leave over on the west boundary because partner is for wicket number 2 instead of the east boundary. That's probably the easiest build for him at this point. So I think at the end of this turn, he's going to come back up with his 2 balls up to the west boundary, pointing a rush toward the east boundary, which is where he's going to leave red. So this shot will tell me a lot where he puts it. So it looks to me like he is not setting it the way I expected. He may set his leave with partner over on the east boundary, which really surprises me. He may have forgotten that partner ball is for wicket number 2. We'll see in a minute. Maybe I'm wrong on this. We shall see. No, he's actually got it right. He's going to rush this after the wicket into corner 4 and then split it out into the middle of the court.
Another 1-foot shot.
Yeah, but he'd like to come through where he can rush
Red back to corner
the
4.
corner 4, or at least to the sideline. Okay, he can get it to the sideline, which will be fine. He does want to rush blue out of bounds with control, though, on the west boundary. It's a little bit close to the balk line, but he knows that Brian's gonna have to pick up yellow. I think it's a little bit short to leave Brian that shot, but I'm pretty sure Brian at this point is going to pick up that yellow ball, which is in Blue's wicket. And if he hits, takes the last 2 wickets, and hope Kyle misses the lift. He's not happy with that because he really needed to get that ball out of bounds to be able to set this perfect. He hates to leave balls out on the court, and he has to have a rush to it red. So he's just making sure Brian's not going to have a backswing with yellow to hit him from short range. He's finding that spot. And now he's going to want to have the rush set toward the red ball because he does not want to rush to wicket 2. He's assuming that Brian is going to pick up yellow because it's right in blue's hoop. That's the only sensible shot right there. And he's wanting to be able to rush to the east boundary so that he can send partner as the pioneer for wicket 3. He wants to make sure he gets his triple on time. So he's done with his 9, and now it's up for Brian.
So Brian's clips, red is for hoop 6. Yellow is for penultimate. Opposite sides of the same wicket. Brian's checking to see if he's got a double from the B block, but I think he's got to go pretty much all the way to corner 3 to get it. And it looks like he's going to take the shot from the A block. If he misses, he gives up less.
Okay, so this is an interesting shot right here. Brian has chosen the longer shot at Kyle's 2 balls there.
He had to go all the way to the corner 3 to get the double, so it was just as
I
long a
would have
shot.
thought he'd shoot it right with the 2 balls up there.
I think this gives away less if he misses.
Possible.
And he's missed. Missed by 1.5 feet.
Yep.
It's always easy to know whether Brian's made a good shot or a bad shot because when that mallet comes flying out of his hand, he catches it in the other hand. You know he's not happy.
So Kyle is going to rush across the court out of bounds on the east boundary, send his partner up to wicket 3, which is his first peeling wicket, hoping to get a good rush on red to wicket 2.
So, Michael, in answer to your question, I explained this a little earlier. Our scoreboard right now is not set up for an AC game. It's really set up for a GC game. We're going to rectify that in the break between the games. But it's showing total wickets scored. So I've been announcing, and I did just when Brian began his turn. He is for Hoop 6 and penultimate. This is total number of wickets that have been scored. Kyle is for Hoop 2 and Hoop 4 back. I hope that helps.
So Kyle's made a good rush to the east boundary. He will send black up to wicket 3 as the pioneer and hope to get the rush on red to his wicket, which is wicket 2. Done a good job on the first shot. Now the long rush. So there's 2 ways Kyle can play this. One is he can do a takeoff into position in front of the wicket, run through hard to the baseline, take the 6-yard shot at yellow. That will give him the easiest chance to finish. The problem is there's always danger in that, so we will see how he's feeling. Oh, it looks like he's just going to send red behind the wicket, get position, rush red out in the court, and go from... Well, it's hard to tell. So he could hit yellow right away, or he can hit red and take off to yellow and hit the bigger split shot. I think he's going at yellow right away. So,
Did he score anything?
yeah, he scored wicket 2. So this shot's going to be huge as far as the outcome of the game. If he makes this 6-yarder, he is in really good shape, and he's hit it beautifully. So now he's off and running. He's got same situation that Brian had, where he's got his partner at wicket 3, which is also wicket 10. So if he does this well, he'll send yellow to wicket 4, rush red over to black, score off of black, and peel black through wicket 10 after the wicket. So this is the typical pattern of an on-time triple. But just like you saw with Brian, things happen, and what should be easy and routine somehow in a national championship are never easy or routine. Oh, so he sent yellow over as his escape, and he's going to hit red and send red down. Okay, that's a very good shot right there. Very, very good. So he'll rush this a little past wicket 3. Stop shot it down to wicket 4 as his pioneer, and he's got a really good angle coming in on black. Much better play than what I was thinking.
Did you get that scored yet?
He scored wicket 2, not wicket 3. So red down to wicket 4, get a really good rush on black. His hope is to rush black about a foot past wicket 3 and about a foot to the right of wicket 3. That gives him the easiest chance to do a split shot, sending black directly behind the wicket and still giving himself a very easy hoop shot to score. So if he does this well, it'll be just past the wicket and just a slight angle to the wicket. And that's not quite what he wanted, but if he gets it in front of the wicket, that'll be good. But this is potentially tricky because he's got to score that wicket, and this could hit black and hang up in the wicket. So this is not that simple. So you'll notice he's putting a little jump shot technique.
And
that's the problem with it.
Yeah.
So with black, he needed to hit that with a different kind of stroke because black was in such a bad position that if he comes through and hits black, it's going to tend to stop. So you can see him leaning the mallet forward, hitting it with a little bit of roll.
A little bit of wire on the right-hand side.
But that's because the rush on black was not to the right place. So that was the kind of thing that can happen in this game.
Well, David, having been a student of yours many years ago, I seem to remember hearing your voice in my ear, always warning me about letting the peel get in the way of the break.
Well, this one should have been easy, but that rush that he made on black made it difficult because it changed his wicket shot. Still should have been made, but anytime you have to change your wicket shot.
Would he have been better off, David, do you think, just taking a little bit heavier takeoff on black, moving it to the side, setting it for a delayed, and just run that cleanly and come back and catch it after 5?
The easy answer to that is that
hindsight is 20/20.
Hindsight is easy. I probably would have done it just as he did, just because when you get your peels on time, the break is less risky. But that rush on black just was not a very good rush. That's what got him into a lot of trouble.
I think Brian's going to try TPO here.
No, he's going to take the last 3 wickets.
Oh, just the last 2 wickets.
Last 2 wickets, rather. So Brian is not giving up a lift here, which means that he can take these 2 wickets and he can set a very, very good leave, not having to worry about a lift to either the A or B balk line. So Brian is in very, very good shape right now. 2 wickets to go and no lift on this turn.
Oh, and he's groveled
Brian
it.
has done exactly the same thing as Kyle. So Kyle is going to have a shot at yellow. If he hits yellow, he has a pretty easy finish. If he misses yellow, it's game on.
Brian's generally not trying hoops from that distance as a regular course of action. He usually has very, very tight approaches.
Yeah,
And he caught just a little left wire.
But you can see his mallet as he finishes the swing. It went back a little crooked and then through a little bit crooked.
So some of you that are new to the sport might wonder why this is being watched. Because that ball is touching a wire, if Kyle were to hit the hoop and move the ball but not actually make contact with the ball, it is not a Croquet.
That is a very good hit. So a little unfortunate for Brian right there. Very fortunate for Kyle.
And I do believe black is in peeling position right now at Blue's hoop.
Yes, black is in peeling position, and he will absolutely try to get
He'll get the peel before he even takes the hoop, won't he?
He will try to get it before taking the hoop. But again, it all depends on the split shot right here. So that is
a little short.
It is a little short. So he's playing it a little more conservative this time. He's getting it to the side. He didn't want to try anything fancy.
He's a quick study,
again.
isn't he, David?
So he's trying to get scoring position, leaving black in peeling position.
And he's
short.
done a nice. Oh,
No, that's short.
blue is short, huh?
That may not be runnable. So now he's thinking, how can he scatter? Unless he's thinking of jumping this through.
I think I've seen Molitor make this little half jump shot.
And he may try it. He may try it. He knows this jump shot, but
Scatter.
yeah, this is scatter all the way. Okay, so he's just going to hit black.
Yellow. I think he's going for yellow.
No,
No, he's
black.
going for black.
Yep. So these things happen, especially in a national championship. Both players a little bit nervous. Both players know that mistakes can be fatal at this point.
So what's Brian got? Brian can see his partner ball.
Yep. So I think Brian's not going to take any chances with black, but he's going to shoot at yellow, knowing.
He's got blue only 7.5, 8 yards away.
Yeah, but he's
But
not going to risk everything on this shot. I know Brian too well. I think now
just
it
drifted
curved
away.
off. It curved
Just
off.
drifted away from him.
From this angle, that ball looked like it was dead on it, and a little bit of ridge got him. So I'm sure blue right now is going to be shooting at that black ball. That looked like a good rhythm to that swing, and a miss. Now it's Brian's turn. He's looking at that yellow ball right now, knowing that if he can hit yellow, he's got a reasonable chance to finish this game at this point in time. He's got 2 peels remaining. He's got 2 opponent balls that are rushable to his wicket. So we shall
7
see.
yards.
7 yards. He's got
He's
it. So he'll take off over to his 2 opponent balls, unless Brian's pretty strong. He may opt to roll yellow up to wicket 7 going over there. For this old man, that's a little bit out of my range on these slow courts, but Brian's pretty strong. But we'll see. Looks like he's setting up for the roll, so he's feeling pretty frisky with his strength. So yellow to 7. He's pretty comfortable with this. He's got a double target with 6 yards. No problem, 5 yards.
He's waiting for Steve to finish his shot on the next court over.
Looks like he's hit black first. So he'll get behind blue, rush blue to his wicket. Looks like he's focusing all his attention on getting the good rush on blue here. Typically, one of the mistakes that a lot of players make is they
Just
try
a
to
little
do
short.
too much. You know, trying to get black out on the court would be a little helpful, especially with yellow, not a great pioneer. But this rush is
It's
the most important.
It's aimed just south of the peg, but he's gotten a nice cut on
I
it,
think
and he's
that's-
going to be just fine.
That is more than fine. That is a beautifully played shot.
I see that we've got Janet Brunton watching from Edinburgh, Scotland.
Okay, so Brian's got this in pretty good order. He'll be real happy once he gets by wicket 7. His pioneer is not perfect, but something Brian should handle pretty routinely. We shall see. Very good on blue and pretty good with red. Looks like he's got a pretty straight rush. Very good. Very nice. Yeah. You can see Brian's taking no chances now in his hoop shots. He's not going to finesse it through after just leaving one in the jaws up at hoop number 11. So he's going to go to black, leaving yellow out in the middle of the court. So what he's hoping to do is to set up his delayed finish. He wants to, if possible, get yellow in peeling position so he can peel
After
yellow
3 back.
through hoop number
Penult.
11 after
3
or
back.
before hoop number 10, yeah, after 3 back or after 9. Michael's still an American rule player, so he talks about 3 back instead of what the international players call hoop number
9.
9. Very nice. So it gives him good position. He's going to be able to rush blue back toward the yellow ball so he can set yellow and blue. Yellow up near its wicket and blue as its escape ball to be able to rush blue to wicket 10. So this is a finish that Brian's done probably 400, 500 times in his life. So he's very good at this. But just like running breaks, running triples, and peelings. There are patterns involved. So, you know, all of the players basically know where the balls have to be. They know when they're going to make their peels. They know where to put the balls. And some players a little bit different than others, but for somebody like Brian, he's so experienced with this. That's a little surprising.
He sent Blue all the way up to pioneer position.
So he may not be trying to get his final 2 peels. Or maybe he's trying a straight double, but he's definitely playing it a little bit cautious.
So David,
typically, Blue would be much closer to wicket
left
11.
Blue about 3 yards west of hoop 10.
Mm-hmm.
So he's probably going to set this now, still go to hoop to penult and try to get that peel and then just turn around and pop that blue ball over from there.
He can definitely do it. It's just that Blue is a little bit awkward on the angle, but he will try. I think he was a little bit worried about this.
So he's only
black
peg
ball.
high here.
Yeah, he'll try to rush it up there. He also has the option of a straight double, which is likely. But he was a little bit worried about the black Pioneer being...
He's a bit out of position, right?
Right. So he's coming in from a longer distance than he wants to come in. So at this point, you can see he's taking his time trying to regroup because, you know, this is where mistakes happen, even though this is a pretty routine shot. It's only routine until you make it. And he's
overrolled red just a little.
A lot. This is a very tricky shot. We shall see. He has done that beautifully. That was not an easy shot. That's a guy that has played croquet for a lot of years, and that shot just showed. That was classy. Let's see where he rushes yellow to. Yeah, he's trying to get yellow to where he can get the peel right away, but more likely in this situation, he'd love to at least get it in the jaws of hoop 11, but most likely he's going to end up trying to do a straight double.
Well, jaws would be optimal for him
Jaws
because
would be
he could rush
really
peel
good.
it through F.
Yep.
He's left it awfully deep here.
Yeah, he's going to try to get it really close to hoop number 11 where he can just touch it up a little bit. He'll go through hoop 10, go to black, touch up yellow, try to get it right in front and see if he can get the peel as he is scoring the hoop.
Well, that's pretty nice.
That's a reasonable
That's
shot
pretty
right
nice.
there. That is a reasonable shot.
Blue is straight behind the hoop.
He's got this in very good control. So one of the things that experience teaches you is that you make enough mistakes in your life, you realize the importance of never letting your guard down on the wicket that you're for. And one of the things I always try to teach my students is to make sure that you don't sacrifice anything on your breaks. If you get your peels, that's fantastic, but you want to make sure that the break play leaves you nothing but very, very simple shots.
It's like an earworm. Once you hear that from David Maloof, every time you're on the court, it's an earworm.
So he is hoping that was not his best effort at a rush, and still going to be fine. He'll rush black very close to yellow. He's got a very good chance to get yellow right in front, but he would have liked it a little bit easier. Pioneer down there with blue. That'll allow him to touch up yellow well at the rover wicket if he gets this peel at 11. Okay. So this shot will tell a lot in the game. He wants to get this ball within about 6 or 8 inches of the wicket, right in front of the wicket. So he wants to be able to do a split shot, sending yellow through wicket 11 all the way down to wicket 12. And then once he goes through with red, he's got black there to hit. That's going to make it a little bit tricky. He's got a bit of an angle here. Again, having 700 plus triples under your belt, you know these shots pretty well. He would have liked to have a little straighter shot coming through. So he wants this through with velocity. He'd like red at least.
And he's got red in the jaws. He's just happy as he can be with that shot.
Yeah. Well, he would have liked yellow a little closer to the wicket, but this is very doable for him. Hey there. We have Mr. Grimsley here, our tournament director. And Brian's longtime doubles partner. So Brian's just trying to figure out how he wants to play this, whether he wants to go to blue and then rush yellow or go to yellow directly. I think he's going to go to yellow directly. That'll give...
It gives him a default in case he can't get the straight peel. He can pop yellow, still have another ball to go to, and then come back for a second bite at the apple.
Right. So he wants black down on the other side. If he gets a good rush here and gets it in the jaws, he has blue down there where he can do a split shot and do what's called a bombard, meaning split yellow into blue to knock it through and get scoring position. Oh, so he is not happy. His red ball kicked into...
No, black kicked into yellow.
No, red kicked into... Yeah, but
Black
red
kick,
is...
But it, yeah, so now
red
it's
is ball in hand. So he's not going to get his final peel. So Kyle will get one more shot. So he's going to take his wicket, leave Kyle a very difficult shot. See what kind of leave he's thinking about. So he's done a good job on this, but he knows that when you play shooters like Kyle or Matthew or Tom, who tend to hit a lot, there is nothing safe. So even though he's only 3 points from victory, 1 wicket and 2 balls pegged out, he knows that this game can change in 1 turn, 1 shot. So he's brought blue up
to the west
near,
boundary, near max distance.
Yeah. which is a little surprising to me because maybe he's gonna leave black.
You think he's going to put black wired behind rover wicket, behind 12 there?
So Kyle has a lift, so
He does.
Yeah, he's going to come to black. Black will probably be the ball he leaves out in the middle of the court, just with the idea that he would rather have Kyle play the black ball. Black's only got 3 wickets remaining.
So you think an old standard here?
I think an old standard. Black's got a fairly short shot on.
Ooh, he might get a diagonal, actually.
Yeah.
He's pretty close.
Well, he would like to have black not rushable to wicket 3. That's blue's wicket. Because Kyle would really like to play the blue ball if possible. He's going to be forced to play black probably, but the winning turn is to play blue. But it kind of looks like black is...
It's almost on the north-south line, about a foot off of the peg.
So is it rushable to wicket 3?
It is. It is rushable to wicket 3. It's rushable to wicket 2. It's rushable to wicket 1. It's rushable to wicket 4.
So Kyle definitely knows he has to hit something.
It's also open on red and yellow right now. So I think Brian's going to move into the corner to take that away.
Yeah, but anytime you're near a balk line, I have a feeling that Kyle may be picking up the blue ball here. Especially black does not look rushable to hoop 12. I think that's what Brian was not happy about is so this could get very, very interesting because if Kyle does make a hit here, he is back on potentially a finishing turn. So I have little doubt that Kyle is going to pick up the blue ball at this point.
He's walking that way.
Yeah, he's going to pick up blue and he's going to shoot from the
A-block
A-block line at yellow. That would give him a very good reward because he still has the potential of finishing if he hits. Black is very rushable to 3. But first things first, he's going to hit.
He's at 3 and 4 back.
Mm-hmm. So Kyle's got about a 14-yard shot right here at yellow. In normal situations, he'd probably hit this about 65-70% of the time.
He center balled it.
So it is game on. But you can see why it is so important for these players to get their peels and finish the game because, these players all shoot so well these days. So that's going to be his Pioneer at 4. He would like to get a rush just a little south of black.
Ran into the other ball.
Well, he's still got to get that rush on black. I can't see if he's got red with a hoop between he and wicket. So he's hoping to bring red as an escape ball up at wicket 3 and get a rush on black
I
to wicket
think
3.
that he's going to be a little hampered getting blue where he wants.
Yeah.
Red, no problem, but getting blue there.
Yeah, so he's had a little bit of bad luck on this, but
So he's ditching that idea. He's just going to take
So
off
he-
to black.
yeah. So he knows that the wicket is the most important thing for him right now, and he did not have a good angle.
But he's got a great rush to 3.
Yep. If he makes 3, then he is in position for a delayed triple, which is not quite as easy, but the important thing is if he doesn't make wicket 3, it's pretty much the end of the game. So that's a reasonable rush right there. A little longer than he'd like, but it's straight behind the wicket.
So, David, how much pressure is there for you sitting here as the father of a player calling these shots? And
Well, it's certainly, obviously I'm going to be biased in this, rooting for my son in this situation.
that's a lovely shot.
But, Brian's a longtime friend as well, and it's nice to see the old guys that still playing this level of good croquet at 72 years old. I can tell you from a personal point of view, it does not get easier as you get up into your 70s.
Stephen Mulliner just turned 72 this year.
Right, and still playing reasonable croquet, but time does take its toll on a body, and just like golf and tennis and any other sport, it certainly makes life more challenging. So it's fun seeing Brian playing at this level and looking this healthy and strong. Brian and Doug Grimsley is 76, which I didn't realize. And, to me, they're both marvels the way they are still playing the game at this level and making the shots at this level. So, of course, I'm rooting for my son, but at the same time, it is enjoyable for me to watch the old guys compete.
And David, we've got a member here at this club that's 94 years old, plays croquet 7 days a week, heads up our greens committee, is always out here when we're setting hoops, moving courts, painting lines. Talk about a marvel. Mark Claff is something to behold at 94.
Yeah, well, if you told me he was 74, I would not have
Disbelieved it.
disbelieved it. He's a marvel. Like a good wine, better with age, though. So Kyle was on the path for a delayed triple. So his hope right now, he's just trying to set things up. Red is going to be the ball that he's going to use to rush to wicket 6. He is hopeful to put black right in easy peeling position. He is not thrilled about the position of yellow in hoop number 6. It should be fine, but you never know when you get
It's
balls
yellow's
in.
hoop, too, so
It is.
he's got to come at it from the other side to
So,
kick it out.
Yeah, so he's looking now. He's going to rush this down past it and then do a split shot, sending black back up, which is very, very wise because,
He's going the wrong way with black.
yeah, so this is a little tricky. This is going to make his triple very, very difficult. He was worried about the backswing with red in his backswing. So this is getting less likely that he's going to get his triple. He's going to have to make a good rush up with black to get this. So
I think he's going to abandon it here.
no, he is not.
No?
He is going to try to score off of yellow. Rush yellow back, load yellow to wicket 7, and try to get a really good rush on black back up. So this is very good play. So he's just trying to find good spacing. So he's trying to find that perfect spot where he can rush it back and have blue stop where he's got a very reasonable chance to rush black in good position. This is very well played. That should have been a little more space because this hoop 7 Pioneer is going to suffer a little bit.
No, this is 14.
So he wants that up at 7. He really wants a good rush on black up to hoop 10. So you can see he did not get the rush he wanted to hoop number 10. He just did not rush yellow back far enough. So big cut rush here. So the hard thing here is that he really wants to get black in good position, but the most important thing is he's got to get a good rush on red to hoop 6. So little bit tricky right here. He may just decide to bring black behind hoop 6 and rush it over afterwards, which is what I expect he's going to do. But he's got to get a good rush. No,
He's aimed it at 10.
so I'm a little surprised because he would have had a reasonable chance to rush it over. So he's hoping after hoop number 6 to rush it over and then escape to the red ball. So very good. Oh, it's a little deep. Huh? Okay, so he's going to split red over.
Towards the bench.
No, he's going to. Well, yeah, he might. So that he can rush it back to the baseline and then
Right.
rush black over. Yeah. Little longer hoop shot than he'd like, but that's very
And he's
clean.
done a nice job of that.
The problem is he can't rush red. He can't hit red, send it down to hoop number 8. He needs a Pioneer at 8. So my feeling is he's going to hit red, leave it at hoop 10, and send black down, hoping that after hoop number 8, he can rush black back. So that'll be his escape ball.
So he's got to take black to 2 back now, doesn't he?
He's going to take black to 2 back. He wants a really good pioneer because he wants to be able to rush it to where he can at least jaws black into the wicket after 8. He's already had 2 straight triples in his life, and this is looking very much like his only chance is a straight triple. A straight triple is when you get your final 3 peels or your 3 peels on your final 3 wickets. It's probably the most difficult thing to do in croquet.
Short of a sextuple.
Sextuples usually end up, or oftentimes end up this
As
way.
straight triples.
But this is the hard part of a sextuple is, the final wickets. But in a sextuple, if it's done perfectly, you'll have a chance to get your hoop 10 peel before you're for hoop 10. So oftentimes it ends up as a simple delayed triple.
Okay.
So Kyle likes to make exchanges here, so I have a feeling he's going to rush this out of bounds. He's going to make yellow his escape ball and get a good rush on red to the west boundary, so he can split red to wicket 9 and have a real good control on black through wicket 8. So he's just trying to see where does he want yellow and where does he want to be able to rush. So he's looking for that spot for black.
And he wants yellow east of the hoop.
Yellow actually is not as important because he can fix it up. He's just going to be able to hit it after hoop number 8. So that's not very good because he does not have the rush in the direction that he would like. So he's now trying to find a place where there's no furniture in the way and he can send red to hoop 9 and get to black. But if he had a rush to the west boundary, it would have been much easier for him to get to black where he could rush black up close. That's really important if he wants to get this done on time.
This is the first big split shot he's made since that earlier one went out of bounds in corner 2.
This is a big split shot, a very long split shot. He's young and strong. This would be way beyond my abilities, but these young kids
He's done a nice job of it. That ball's just
it's
a
an
little
okay job of it. His split to hoop number 8 is going to be from the side.
takes black further away from the hoop.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to send black to the baseline and hope that he gets the return rush. So a little more challenging on the shot than he would have liked. He's got to be careful not to run that black ball out of bounds. That part looks good. Part looks good. So now a big rush all the way across the court diagonally to get black in really good position for the peel. Not real happy with that. He cut it a little too much. So it's going to require a good split shot here to get black right in front of the wicket as he goes up to yellow. So he's certainly got a chance, but it's still going to be a pretty challenging straight triple if he chooses to take that route. So this shot will tell a lot. He's got to get black very close to wicket 10. That was magnificent. That set it up really well. He's got a chance to rush peel. Black. That was a really, really good shot. So the advantage to the rush peel here is that he can make the peel, send black over to 11 and use yellow to score hoop 10. That way he can fix up black for a straight double. So his finish is going to be very similar to what Brian attempted, provided everything goes well at this point. He's going to need a big roll to get up to black after this. So he put that behind the wicket because he wants to run this wicket hard. If he runs this wicket and hits red,
It bounced off.
yep, that's perfect. So now he has balls in really good order. About perfect, actually.
Yeah, that's usable for penult.
Well, for fixing black, yeah.
Yeah.
So here he just needs a really good takeoff over to black where he can rush it through. He wants to rush this through, send it over to 11. Took no chances on that. He wanted to make sure he got that ball through where he could get it over.
Okay, so black is now for penult, blue is for four-back.
So he's going to yellow with blue to score hoop 10. Black needs to be in good position at hoop number 11. So he's really focusing hard on trying to get black as close to hoop 11 as he can.
Black's looking pretty strong.
Well, reasonable. He's, as you saw with Brian, it's not easy to get that ball right in front of the wicket where you can peel it all the way down. But nice position there. Gives him the chance to run this hard to the baseline.
Right in here, to land right in the middle here.
Done that nicely. So he's going to want yellow down at 12, and he wants to get a rush on red as close to black as he can. One thing he's got to be careful of is he doesn't want to put yellow right in front of the wicket where it gets in the way of black when he peels black through 11 down to 12. So he's got to keep this just a little bit off to the side. This is something I've played with Kyle a lot, as you might imagine, and so I know the mistakes. You saw how far he kept that out to the side to make sure that there is very little chance of yellow being in the way. So red is going to be his escape here. This rush is going to be critical. He's got to have a good... He's just like Brian, he's checking that perfect spot where he wants that black ball to end up.
20 feet, 15 feet further. It's about 40. G.
Okay, so now we'll see how precise his rush is.
Well, that's pretty nice, David.
Well, it's exactly where Brian was. So,
No, he's a little more centered up. He's not quite
he?
as angled as Brian
Okay.
was.
Okay. But these can still get a little bit away from you, because if the black ball catches a little bit of wire, when blue hits it, it's not going to go through the wicket. So it's very, very important on these shots that you line it up well. So you'll see him take great care lining it up, make sure that the black ball's not going to hit the near post. So this should be...
I don't think he's got to worry about a lot of draw with this shot. It's close enough that...
Well, he's going straight into it.
Yep.
But at the same time, if black hangs up even a little bit,
blue can pop
blue
off.
can pop off. So it definitely is a little more angle than he would have liked. It's a short one, but the angle looks pretty good. We shall see.
So just a drive shot on this.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of an angle. This is not so easy. That is
Nicely done.
really good.
Nicely done.
Really good. So you can see where he left that red ball to the side of the wicket. That's because he wants to make sure that when yellow or when blue dribbles through, he wants to make sure he has a ball to hit. So he's going to want a ball deep. That's going to be red. He's going to want to have red where if he needs to make a jump shot over black at Rover, he's got a ball at the baseline. He's got to be careful not to send it out. That's awfully close. But it looks good.
It's good. He's 2.5, 3 yards off the boundary.
Yeah, that's actually perfect position. So now he's got to decide where he wants to rush yellow to, so he gets the best chance for position on black.
He'll leave yellow just to the side of the hoop like he did with red.
I'm a little surprised that he didn't do a rush and take off there, just because the angle's a little bit awkward here. He's got to get to the right position. And he's used to very fast courts, so he's used to the back ball going a lot further. So as I've watched him play here, this one he does not have enough roll. This is going to come up a little short on black. So
He'd like to have had another 1.5 on
he
that.
wanted another 3 feet on that to get that black ball right up in front. This is going to be really tricky. Okay, so now his only chance to finish this looks to be to put it in the jaws and probably rely on a jump shot. And as you can tell, I know my son's game pretty well, having played with him for a lot of years, and I know his ratios. I knew very well as soon as he was lined up to hit that shot that he was going to come up short of the rush line. But two ways he can play this. He can play this to peel right away and go hard and try to end up in the jaws, or he can put it in the jaws, get in perfect jumping range.
And just drag roll it through?
Yeah, I think he's going to go for this right away. The way he's lining this up, I see him trying to get into the jaws with...
You think he'll try this as a stop shot, David, and then second
no,
poke at the
he's
hoop?
going to go straight,
He's going to Irish this.
Straight into this, trying to get into the hoop with blue. Very dangerous shot from this angle, especially with that being yellow's hoop and yellow right there to finish the game if he misses. So one way or another, this game will be finished in this turn or the next. If he can make it, it's perfect. He needs a referee. It looks like he's on the wire or close to the wire. If he's not on the wire, there's a chance for a little jump shot.
He's
So
just
called
off the
marking.
wire.
Oh yeah, he is off the wire. So being off the wire helps him a lot. This is one where you'll see a little jump shot technique. The jump shot gives a lot of top spin when he hits it. I can't tell the exact angle right there, but this is a shot that he knows well. We shall see. So he's just lining it up right now.
Lovely.
He has made it. Hit yellow. Going to go to red to make sure that he gets the perfect rush on black. Red will be right up near black. So the biggest concern for Kyle, which a lot of players don't realize, in American 6 wicket, you can rush a ball into the peg and take your next shot from 9 inches away. If he rushes this black ball into the peg, black is out of the game. But his turn would end, and Brian would again have a very easy finish right here. So he's made very good care that he did not do that. So he's got...
David, what's that shot called when you rush your ball into the peg?
An egregious
Grievous.
error.
Grievous.
Grievous. So,
But it is an egregious error.
yeah. So this is Kyle's third straight triple in his brief career. He did a beautiful job finishing that. But it tells you two things. It tells you, first of all, he's getting to too many opportunities for a straight triple, which you'd never want to have. But it also tells you on the flip side that he's playing with very good control. So in his young career, he's come a long way as far as cleaning up his game. And as you watched his break play, you noticed he had very, very short wicket shots on each wicket, and keeps the game as precise and compact as possible. So good lesson for all of you out there. So I think they're taking a little break
We're gonna
right
do a commercial
now.
here.
And we will do a little commercial break.
Eclipsing the sparkle of jewels and beyond collecting art. True luxury is not a thing acquired or a status to declare. Real, meaningful luxury is a feeling discovered. The opulence of spirit. The relaxed, resplendent luxury of the Sarasota area. Feel the difference. Eclipsing the sparkle.
So Edmund is just finishing up his game with his final peel, which he has made the peel on Rover, Irish peel, and through. So he is 3 shots away from finishing his game. I'm not sure if this is game 1. I think it might be game 2. But for those of you that don't know Edmund's from New Zealand. I think he's the youngest player in the tournament and one of the most talented players in the world. I'm not sure what his world ranking is, but he is, like Matthew and Zach and a lot of the American players, just ridiculously talented as far as the shots that he can execute. So, you know, if you get a chance to watch Edmund play, he's certainly one of the bright rising stars in the game of croquet. He is now teaching in the mountains of North Carolina at Highlands Country Club, and hopefully will be with us in croquet for a lot of years. He's an exciting player to watch. Just going to blue to get behind his partner red to rush it up to the wicket to finish his triple. And again, I don't know if this is game 1 or game 2. Kyle and Brian got into a little bit of a situation, a little back and forth, so their game took a little bit longer. This might be Edmund's second game at this point. But so far, Tom Balding is through. Matthew Essick is through. They've posted Edmund as having gotten through, but he still has to make this peg out. So I think this is game 2, and he hasn't quite got there yet, even though it is posted in the score in front of me. But it looks like he's got about 3 yards.
Premature adulation.
Yeah, he's got 3 yards to peg out here, and although this looks routine, when it's you that has to make it, it's never routine. A lot of games have been lost by missed peg outs. Kyle was finishing his triple against Tom Balding yesterday and missed his peg out, pegged his ball out, and Tom came back and won it with 2 breaks.
Yeah, I was just going to look at it. I was going to pull Croquet scores up so I could see them. But
Doug's doing it. I'm sending them via the comments.
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, okay. I'll keep doing it.
I see Matthew has gotten through with 2 triples. Tom has gotten through with 2 triples. Kyle has tripled in game 1. Edmund's still lining up his peel. Looks like Brian and Kyle have started. Kyle had choice or innings and has taken play and done a super shot. Brian has come to max distance on the east boundary, and Kyle's going to take the shot down the east boundary at Brian's first ball in. So Kyle's hoping to get his first 9 wickets before Brian even gets his second ball in the game. But it's going to require a hit here and running a 3-ball break for the first 9 wickets. So he's lining up his shot. It's a good swing. Misses wide right into corner 4. And now Brian is up.
So, Essick 1 over Scalpone, 26 TP 0, 26-15 TP.
Yep.
All right. And Watson was 26 TP 0 over Griffith. And Fordyce just 26-4 over Martin, and that was his second game.
Yep. So Edmund is through with a triple.
Balding's second game was 26 TP 9 over Stuart Lawrence. And his first game was 26-6 TP over Stuart Lawrence.
Okay.
So he's through in 2, triples in both.
So the players now are starting to round into form a little bit, meaning that they are getting more and more. Did he hit? He must have. More and more comfortable with their play and conditions. And Brian is just hit with ball 4. He's got a pioneer out in the middle of the court. So he is going to try and build his break. So it looks like he's going to the black ball. He'll send black to 2. Got blue as his pioneer for wicket number 1. Looks like a very good takeoff to black in corner 4. Brian's already shown that he has the strength to load hoop 2 and get to that blue ball. From corner 4. but it's still a long shot. So even though he's got the strength, he still has to get past blue to be able to get a rush on blue back to wicket number 1. So still a little bit of work to do, a little bit of strength here, but he is certainly capable. Let's see how this goes. Looks, oh, he hit the peg. Did a good job with red. That's the important one. Brian's not happy because black, his pioneer for 2, hit the center peg. But the most important thing is he's got a reasonable rush to wicket 1. So if he makes this, Brian's very capable of pulling this together. It is an angle, but something Brian does pretty well.
Nice cut.
That is a beautiful. That again is classy. That was exceptionally good. So rushes like that open up the door not just to scoring this wicket, but it gives him much better control getting the rush after the wicket. So his hope is to be able to run this not too hard and to be able to get a rush on blue over to yellow on the boundary. He wants to get these 4 balls in play as quickly as he can. I don't think he's got the rush to the boundary, so he's still got a little work because of black hitting the peg, the center peg. So looks like he may send blue as his pioneer, rushing black right away, or he may decide to opt to go to yellow and get a takeoff or a split to black from there. So the distance is shorter on this to get the rush, but the angle is better going to yellow. So he has chosen the shorter one. He's done a beautiful job. Got himself a nice straight rush to wicket 2, so he should be in pretty good business. A reasonable rush, since it was a long one, but he's never excited about and shouldn't be excited about shots like this, because anytime you are approaching a wicket from across the scoring line, your touch has to be very, very good, because any angled wicket shots, especially when you're approaching with an opponent ball, is risky. That's why he's looking at this a little bit longer. He knows this really needs to be lined up well. He can't be taking angled hoop shots. He does not look happy with that. Looks reasonable, but again, he knows that any mistake here, black turns around, hits him, and he's lost innings. A beautiful job, though. But for those of you that don't play a lot of croquet, that shot looks easy, but when you play association croquet, one missed shot, one stuffed wicket, is the difference between probably winning and probably losing. So you don't want to come into those situations having anything that's going to create possibilities of a bad error. So right now he's in pretty good order as far as keeping his break intact. He's got a reasonable pioneer at wicket 3. He's going to load black down to 4 and should have a reasonable chance coming in and getting the rush on blue up to 3. No, he's going directly to yellow. This is reasonable too. He's feeling comfortable getting that yellow ball out on the court, and especially now because his black ball is not a great pioneer at wicket 4. He's overrolled it a little bit. So the aggressive play would be to bring yellow out on the court since black is not a good pioneer, but I think Brian's probably going to take the safer approach and just focus on making sure he has a good rush on blue to wicket 3. No, he's taking the more aggressive approach, so he's feeling pretty good about his roll shots. He'll send yellow to pivot and get a very good rush on blue to 3. That was an excellent shot. So once again, Brian's showing his class and skill and doing a good job putting this together. Outstanding shot. So now he's in business. He's got just what he wants. He'll probably have a 8-inch hoop shot from straight in front of the wicket and not a whole lot of anxiety. Very well played. So he's got a couple of options here. With black being not such a good pioneer, he can send blue down to wicket 5. But the most important thing, and I think he's got spacing for this, he's got to get yellow out of bounds near corner 4 because he does want to make sure it's easy to get behind that black ball. He's done a beautiful job right here. So when we teach croquet, one of the things that as an instructor I talk about a lot is trying to keep pioneers inside the box. So if you think about the 4 outside wickets as a box, anytime you get your pioneers outside the box, to get a rush back to the wicket, you've got to mess with the sideline. So anytime you make a mistake, the mistake should favor inside the box. So if he leaves a ball short of the wicket, inside the box of the wicket, it's very safe to try to get behind it. But anytime you get outside that box, it is no longer safe. That was an okay shot, but he's not going to be thrilled because, again, he's coming in from across the scoring line, and even though this is relatively easy, touch has to be perfect on that. So that was a good escape, but it's not exactly what he wanted. But now he should be in very good order. So when I learned American 6-wicket, we always talked about a 4-ball break as having a pioneer at a wicket in advance, having a ball in the middle of the court, going through the wicket, hitting the reception ball, sending it a wicket in advance, going to the center ball. What you see here with a lot of the players, what we call exchanges. In other words, they're always exchanging pivots and pioneers just so that they can keep the court as short as possible. So by not sending yellow up there but sending black there, he was able to do it from a shorter distance, which gives him a little better control on the rush to wicket 5. So what he's always thinking about is, how can he keep the court short? How can he make his pioneers better by sending them as pioneers from shorter distances? Because anytime you get a bad pioneer, a ball not up by your next wicket, you run the risk of having to rush it and not making a good rush up to the wicket, and then a difficult approach. So again, he's loading wicket 2 back, just as he did in game 1, just as Kyle did. He wants to rush blue up to perfect spacing so he can make blue a perfect pioneer at wicket 7 and easily get to black. So he's done a reasonable job. He would have liked yellow even a better pioneer, but he's going to rush this just past the peg here. This gives him the perfect space to be able to hit a drive shot, sending blue with good control from the shortest distance possible up to black. So again, Brian, with all of his experience, is a very good model to watch as far as proper break running and how to keep things in control. He's not thrilled with his pioneer at wicket 7. He's okay with it, but Brian's a perfectionist to know he doesn't want to have to rush the ball 5 feet to get it right in front of the wicket. So looks like he's setting up the same leave as before. He will put 1 ball at wicket 2 pinned to the wire, and he'll try to do the same thing at wicket 4.
Change the scoring.
Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, differently this time. So now it looks like he's setting up for a more typical lead. This will be called a diagonal spread. So this is the lead that most of the players choose. It's the easiest one to build upon, but it gives you a little bit less chance to get your triple on time. So he's going to send blue to the peg. He wants to rush black over to the west boundary and send black as his pioneer. Because again, he wants to have the best possible control over his... Oh, he sent blue all the way. That's a little surprising knowing Brian, because he likes to have really good pioneers, usually does. But he may send both balls over. He may do a new standard leave. In fact, that's what he's set up to do right now. So he'll end up sending a ball between hoops 1 and 2 at the end, and he'll pin either blue or black to the wire at hoop number 4, as he did in his first break.
I've played Brian a lot of games, and his default leave is the new standard. He loves it.
Yep. That's a little better pioneer, a little bit outside the box. He's not thrilled with it, but it's still pretty good. Nice rush up to hoop 8. Should be able to rush or make this wicket with control, getting the rush over to it. The 2 balls at hoop number 9. So he's going to bring red over with him because he'd like to have red over on the east boundary, or yellow rather. So he's going to rush this a little past black. To make sure he has the chance to pin that black ball to the wire. So blue will be his escape ball. He wants wants good rush on black, right up close to the wicket, getting that ball in good position. He will not be unhappy with that. And he will not be unhappy with that. Both balls are beautiful. So he has the option of pinning either ball there.
And it's going to be black.
It is going to be black. So I can't tell from this angle.
So he's
whether
run the hoop.
scored.
He has run the hoop, but he's hampered coming at black. So he's just asked for this to be watched to make sure he doesn't have a beveled edge or
I think
a push.
he's got to shoot blue. I think he has to. I don't see any.
He's going at black. He's all the way through the hoop, so I think he's
through the
going at
hoop,
black.
But it's a better angle to blue. At this point, he's just hoping for the hit.
A lot of truth there.
Yeah, this looks reasonable. The problem is if he does hit the wicket first, it can throw. Oh, he did get
He
black.
did went to
That's
black.
very good.
Yeah.
Very good. But you can see the danger of trying to run these wickets with control. There's always that possibility. He's going to pin this to the wire or just off the wire. It's going to be rushable to wicket one. That looks about, oh, that is not good. So that's going to be open from the balk line, meaning that Kyle will be able to pick up his ball and have a short shot at that ball. So he was hoping he needed that ball about 6 inches shorter than
And
that.
it's not usable to go to one either.
So, yeah, and it is not rushable to one. So he's not done a great lead at this point. So now it's just damage control. Where can he put the ball? Where? He's got blue out there. Finding a place on the sideline where black will have no backswing. So this is getting a little bit tricky for him now.
David, do you think he'll just do a wide join on the boundary, or do you think he'll go ahead and sit this rush?
Because a wide join does not help him at all in this situation because black would have an easy shot at him. So he has no choice. He's got to go full on here. So there's his leave. Black has no backswing there, but blue has, or whichever ball Kyle picks up, has a relatively short shot. We'll see what he decides. Okay.
All right, so Kyle is elected to play blue. He's picked blue up. He's bringing it to the A block. He's going to take that short shot. No, he's decided to take the B-box shot at red and yellow. And he's got yellow. Lovely shot.
So the reason Kyle took the long shot right there is that black is not rushable to wicket number 1, and it would have been very, very difficult to manufacture a break for Brian from that situation. So even though the shot was longer, it was a little bit less risky.
He's just going to bring black back to the corner and then pop it out.
Yep, he's going to rush black back, try to get a good rush on red to wicket number 1.
And then black out by... Oh, he's got yellow all the way to 2.
Yeah,
That was a great shot. I didn't think he could get it there.
He's got very good ratios with his stop shots. Okay, so the important thing here is the good rush on red. It would be very valuable, however, to get black on the court as well. So now he's chosen the takeoff, which gives him a better chance of rushing the red ball well.
And that's a nice position.
That's very, very good. And since he's not thinking about his triple right there, this is a much more reasonable approach. This is the easiest way to get that good rush to wicket 1. He's already got a good pioneer at wicket 2. So
It's overgone a little bit there,
yeah, but it's still,
but well within range of getting shape.
yeah, if he gets shape, he can start it with a 3-ball, pick up that black ball a little bit later in the turn. He might have played this a little bit different if he was trying to run a triple. You want to get the 4th ball out on the court as quickly as possible, but here he feels pretty comfortable that,
And he's got a dead straight shot.
that he can
2
run a
feet.
3-ball. So. Very good swing. So those of you that are watching, watch the tempo of Kyle's swing. One of the things that he does very, very well is he's got a very, very smooth rhythm and transition. So a lot of players try to manufacture swings. By that I mean they try to use their right hand to try to control the mallet. The mallet, if you swing it in a good rhythm, swings like a pendulum. Should swing like a pendulum. So a pendulum will have a natural tendency to want to stay straight and on line. And the thinking is that the more you can make it naturally stay straight, the more consistent the swing should hold up under pressure. So that rhythm to the swing is one of the things that makes him such a good croquet player, is that when he takes his shot, he doesn't get jumpy. He uses length of swing to get power rather than strength. So you'll notice that when he takes the shot right here, he's going to hit it through with force. He wants to get it to the baseline, but you'll notice that he does it in a nice, smooth manner. He does not do it with a sharp, forced swing. So knowing my son, that's when he's playing his best.
So, David, here's a question. I noticed that for this tournament, Kyle's playing with a straight shaft. He's been playing with a shaft that had a double bend in it for the last few years. What's the reasoning behind that change?
So there's a couple of reasons for it. And the simplest one is that when you go to a tournament and you're used to a double bend shaft, even if you have a spare shaft, if something goes wrong or you're in an airport and they lose your mallets or whatever, if you're used to a double bend shaft, it's not easy to find another mallet that you can just switch to. So that's one of the reasons right there. The other reason is just simply he felt he was stagnating a little bit in his game, and sometimes we all need to just do something a little bit more sharp to maybe get an edge back. So I'm not sure exactly what his thinking was on that, but I know he did talk about if he ever needed to play with a different mallet for whatever reason, because of an airport loss or something like that, it is difficult. So that was one of his considerations, to be sure.
He is playing with an Oakley Woods mallet. Oakley Woods is one of the USCA YouTube channel sponsors. They have been a terrific supporter of USCA Croquet for many, many years. And a big shout out to Oakley Woods Croquet and our gratitude.
He is also one of the designers of that mallet. That mallet, as you notice, has holes in the side. Well, if you've played on a windy day, you understand how much the wind can affect the mallet as you're in your backswing. So being a rhythm player in particular, anytime you bring the mallet back and the wind is gusting, which especially here, near the coast, the mallet does blow around. That's very, very unnerving for a rhythm player if the mallet's getting offline. And so this just helps a little bit with the aerodynamics. So that's
David, you're being modest. Who was the other designer on that?
Well, I had a little bit to do with that design as well. But anyway, Don has been very, very good at making mallets to our specifications. So a little note on that same thing. There was a mallet called the Predator. There is a mallet that he plays that Don Oakley makes called the Predator. And that was my design with the idea that that would also be an aid to a windy day. So the Predator is a little bit lower and a little bit flatter, and my thinking was always that anytime you have a mallet that has less area on the side, it's going to blow around less. So that was my first attempt at trying to design a mallet with Don for helping in windy conditions, because I've always been like Kyle. I've always tried to be a rhythm player, and anything you can do as a rhythm player to take away the wind blowing the mallet, which can be very unnerving, is very helpful. So,
well, David, I also play with one of those Aero mallets, and I can honestly tell you it's got a marvelous stop-shot ratio. It was a big improvement, in my estimation, over the old one.
It is a good mallet. There is no doubt about that. Don makes very, very good mallets. I would not be playing with Oakley wood mallets if they were not very, very good mallets. And on that same subject, Don is in the process of trying to come up with a new design that is even more aerodynamic. So keep tuned. There are more to come, more things in the future. So Don is constantly working on new innovations to try to improve the play, the ability to keep more of the mass out on the ends of the mallets. So he's working very hard at that. Getting back to the break play here. Kyle is trying to make sure he gets the proper ball set up at hoop number 7, and it looks like that's going to be yellow. That's the ball I think that he would rather have lifted. He knows that yellow is the ball that's going to be lifted. That's the ball that's on wicket number 1. So he's going to do a leave where he pins yellow up against the wire at hoop 2. And he's going to do the same thing as Brian has been doing and as he did in game 1, the mom standard leave where he pins the other ball at hoop number 9, after hoop number 9. So he's got this break in very good order. He wants a very good pioneer down at wicket 8. He wants to rush red back close to yellow because when you're setting this leave, everything has to be really precise. If you don't have yellow in the right place, it can be visible from the B-block line and pretty short hit in. So it is a dangerous leave, but one that also gives the best advantage on getting your triple started on time. So that's the thinking here. Done a nice job with red as his escape. Done a good job with yellow. But again, the one thing to keep in mind, even on these short shots, even though this is 6-8 inches from the wicket, when you're running these wickets with control, you can't take anything for granted. You've got to be very careful, because if you catch a little wire, these balls and these wickets are very sticky. So that should be perfect for him. So he's just checking to see if it's not visible from the B-block line. It looks perfect. If it needs a little touching up, he'll do it with his takeoff. He's just trying to decide where he wants to rush the red ball to. So he's done this part perfect. His pioneer at 8 is not as good as he would have liked. So he's going to have to touch this up.
He's right on the rush line.
Yep, he's in good shape. But the problem is when you have to touch up your pioneers, less of your focus becomes on the forward ball. He needs a really good rush at wicket 8 here on black, but he also needs a very good pioneer at wicket 9. This is a leave that requires a lot of precision. So he's done reasonable
He's about
job.
a foot short.
Yeah, and again, read a little outside the box. So it's good. He should be able to rush this up tight to the wicket, but he doesn't want any excitement here. So this is a reasonable roll-up, but I have played on this lawn. I know this blue ball's going to tend to jump to the right a little bit. There's a little bit of a hill there. He's managed it beautifully. But anything beyond that has a tendency to want to drift to the sideline. Again, run up with control. Very nice. Very nice. But again, he still wishes he had that red ball a little bit on the inside. Right. Yeah. This is one of those situations where he has to roll past red. And, you know, this should be routine at this level. But again, nothing is routine. And if he doesn't get the rush back to the wicket, it's going to be harder to get red in really good position. So as you can see, he came up a little short, but he does have a little bit of angle to work with. So.
Put it right where he was trying.
Yeah, he did a good job where he was trying because of where blue ended up. That's a little bit longer than he wanted. Now, it's not that he can't make this, but he has to go through
a little further than he would like.
Right. He's done a beautiful
under
job
control.
on that. That was not a simple shot.
He made it look easy. Now he doesn't want to make Brian's mistake and put this right on the wicket. And it's rolled off.
Exactly.
There's a little hill there, and if it gets past the point of the wicket, it's going to just keep going, and that's what's happened to him here.
So I think now he is going to go with a very different leave. He's going to leave blue and black up near the other boundary. Brian's yellow ball is for 1, which means that's the ball he's going to pick up, and he will have a good look for free at that red ball. So, be interesting to see what, well, he has
it's
to
a
use.
short shot, too.
Yeah, it is a short shot. So Kyle's in a little bit of
We're talking
pickle
about a
here.
7.5-yard shot, so. What do we got here today? Ham and cheese?
Mm-hmm. So the danger here is that Brian is likely with yellow to hit the red ball. So if he leaves his 2 balls together and Brian hits, Brian has a very easy, not easy, but relatively easy turn to finish with an on-time triple. So he's certainly thinking about his options and how he plays this. So it looks like he's going to red to try to scatter red out to the middle of the court. So he's going to do a takeoff, get red out in the middle area of the court somewhere. Very, very good play here. Very smart play. We'll see if it's good in a minute.
He's going to move red.
Well, the problem is he's kind of stuck right now because he's spent on red. So he's going to try to scatter red to the corner.
He's got to put red up halfway and him in the corner. There he goes.
Yep. So the reason for this is that even though red has a short shot, red is the ball that is for wicket 10. So it is not the ball that Brian wants to play. Brian wants to play the yellow ball, but he's kind of forced into the situation now where he has to play red. He doesn't have to, but so Brian really wants to play yellow because that's his hoop one ball.
Brian may be able to line up a double on those two balls.
He might. And the advantage to Brian is that Kyle's blue ball is not the ball he wants to play. He wants to play black. So Kyle's a little more creative than me. That was a very, very good rescue attempt from a bad leave. So, Brian can't join up with partner because it's too close to blue. He really wants to play yellow, but there's no place to go because blue's got a pretty short shot on. I'm very surprised if he picks up yellow here. I'm very surprised. I would have thought that he would have tried the short shot on the red ball.
Well, he's just seen Kyle run a straight triple. His first time ever in singles competition.
Which is all the more reason why you take the shorter shot you have.
And keep the inning.
And keep innings. That was red on blue. Although black had a short shot at yellow. So, yeah, this is maybe the right play.
And the upside is if he misses, blue is the four-back ball.
So Kyle at this point, his blue ball is for wicket number 10. So he doesn't want to score any more wickets. That gives up a lift. So Kyle's going to be thinking, how can he set a leave? And which ball does he want to set it with? I think he's going to throw red out to wicket 1. He's going to bring yellow somewhere in the court, bring red to wicket 1, because he really wants Brian to have to play that red ball. So he'll hit yellow. I suspect put it somewhere up near hoop number 3, go to red. Throw red over by 1. And if he could get to black with a roll, he would like to do that. So that's kind of his thinking right now. In fact, he might be trying to rush yellow up close to red right now so that he gets the rush on red to corner 2. He'd like to get black a little bit closer, a little bit further from wicket 1. Pop yellow out on the court. He'd like that red ball to where he can send it to 1 and bring black back toward corner 2. He's a little nervous there. He got a little close to that sideline, closer than he wanted, but should work okay. So he's going to rush this out near the black ball. No, it's going to just send it to wicket 1. And now probably head up to his partner black. Then a nice takeoff to black. black up close to wicket 2, where he'll then set a rush over to the yellow ball for his partner black. Black is the ball that needs to run the break. That's perfect right there. And now if red shoots at yellow or yellow shoots at red, there's going to be pretty easy build. So he's done a beautiful job on that. Hello, Mr. Balding.
What's up?
How are you? We have
Good.
Tom Balding here to help with a commentary. Tom is probably the best color commentary on the planet.
Oh, no, I
And,
wouldn't say that.
There is no doubt about that. Everybody that has listened to you would agree with me with that. So we're going to let Tom talk about this match a little bit, and he can share his perspective on what is happening.
Yeah, so I've thankfully been able, I finished my match somewhat early, so I didn't see most of the first game, but I've been able to sit courtside and watch this entire second game, more or less. First game was very interesting.
He had his third straight triple in game 1. So it tells you either he's playing really well or not so well, depending on your perspective.
Well, what's interesting is, Kyle and I were talking, and he has only been to 3 events here at this venue here in Sarasota, and he has had only 3 straight triples in his career, and all 3 of them were here. So it's there seems to be something in the water for Kyle here, where he can't get the first peel on time, but he does sure finish. So I'm just trying to pull up the live stream so that I can see the chat, because, well, I always like being able to talk to the people. But all right, so Kyle has had a pretty good leave here from what I can see. So red does not really have a double target, and it is pretty much court length. And then we have yellow over near the east boundary, a few yards off the east boundary between 3 and 4. We have a question here. New to the game, is there a time limit per turn? The answer is no. So in association, these are time matches here at this tournament, and their best 2 out of 3s timed at 7.5 hours.
Dispatch.
So as long as the match finishes in 7.5 hours, it's all good. But the standing rules of association say that players must play their turn with reasonable dispatch. So, for instance, Brian here is deciding what he wants to do. This is a momentous decision. If he misses or makes the wrong choice, it could cost him the game. So there's nobody who would think that Brian was taking too much time, even if he stood there for a couple of minutes and looked at his different options, because it's a very important decision. If you're doing that every single shot of your break, where you're just standing over the ball for 2 minutes, that might be worthy of a complaint, saying that that's not reasonable. But players at this level obviously don't fall into that category. The only version of the game that has a standard shot clock is American rules. Golf, Croquet, and Association both fall under reasonable dispatch, whereas American rules requires a 45-second shot clock. But all right, so it looks like Brian has done the conservative thing and gone into corner 4 and is forcing Kyle to try to build from this position, which will be a tall order.
But the flip side is he has yellow out on the court, and he will have his partner ball at hoop 3, which is also the peeling wicket. So
That's right.
not easy, but
Yeah.
he has a chance to at least, even if he doesn't get blue up to 3, he can get blue out on the court and red up to 3. So
He's got a good approach to hoop 1. This may be a little tricky to get this rush. I found that the hoops have been running a little long. So, but Kyle, yeah, so see, he didn't even hit that hard, and it just sort of sails through. Unfortunate. So that's going to make this build a little bit tougher. He wants to go to red first. I'm sure it's been covered already on the live stream, but in case it hasn't, I might as well say it now. These lawns have been running rather slow. for what we normally play AC with. So the first couple of days of this event, they were maybe an 8.5. And I think now these lawns during the hot part of the day might be up to a 9.5. When I was playing this morning, I would hardly even say that they were at a 10. So, and that's come up pretty good. It's a little bit short on red, but it's very hittable.
The important thing here is getting the rush. He's going to bring red up to 3 and getting a good rush on yellow. If he gets a good rush on yellow to wicket 2, he's in pretty good order. If he gets a great rush, he's going to be able to go through wicket 2, rush back behind blue, send yellow to 4, and rush blue up to 3. That is his hope. But the important thing right here, get that good rush on yellow to wicket number 2 and get red as a pioneer up at 3. Not an easy shot, even for the top players.
Yeah, and like I said, these courts have been very slow, so getting this back ball to get up the appropriate distance. Like, see, that's going to be short. So, it's trying not to be short. It's a little short, but it's actually much better than I thought it would be. Red is well short of where he would have liked it. It's going to be a tough pioneer. So this is going to be a pretty long cut rush. He needs to catch this maybe just around half ball, maybe a little more than half ball. It looks like a good angle.
That's a reasonable rush.
It is. It has traveled north of the hoop by about 4 yards. So one reverse takeoff and a good hoop shot to the boundary, and he'll be
very happy if he makes this hoop to the boundary. He can rush yellow back to blue and got a reasonable chance to get this set up and on time for a triple. But again,
so while I have the sheet in front of me, we'd like to thank all of the supporters for the USCA YouTube channel. Regular support provided by Oakley Woods Croquet, Chris and Gail Barley, Karen Weiss, the Sarasota County Parks and Recreation Board, and Visit Sarasota. We would just like to thank all of them and Sarasota County Croquet Club for hosting this wonderful event. This is the best AC Nationals field we've had in a while. GC has sort of taken over the top players' minds for the last couple of years because of the World Championship and the Open Shaw. And so with the McRobertson Shield coming up this summer, we trying to turn our minds back towards AC, and it's really lovely to see everyone out here competing and playing well. So Kyle has managed that extremely well, and it looks like he'll have a rush down towards hoop 4 if he hits this solidly. So not quite out of the woods yet, but he's starting to get it together.
One good rush here, and he's got things in much better order.
Yeah. He'll still have to deal with the red ball halfway behind 3. He'll need
a lot of jump on that ball.
A lot of jump. That back boundary has some undulation to it. He may have just hit slightly down on it, and it caught a snag in the ground to have a little more exaggerated bounce.
Well, that oftentimes happens when players try to overhit the shots. And the loans being slow, I know for a fact that for me, I have to swing a little harder. When you have to manufacture power, it's hard to get that mallet back to perpendicular to the ground. And that's one of the things where if you know what a jump shot angle is, how you have to lean the mallet forward, this is very, very similar to hitting a jump shot. When you try to swing hard and the mallet is leaning forward, you will get a jump shot, even though your attempt is a drive shot. So he didn't try to do too much with that. He's more concerned with getting it up, hope to get it in peeling position, but he needs that rush on red. Red is not a good pioneer at 3.
Yeah, no, this is very tough from open court rolling this up. If you don't get the angle quite right, you end up with another cut rush if you come up short. Blue is not the ball we want to be looking at. So that's it's straight, but it's well short of red. So having a controlled rush here is going to be difficult. If you catch this anywhere left of center, you're going to end up rolling the hoop from several yards to the side or doing another reverse takeoff. He's hit that pretty straight. He would have liked a little cut towards the left, but he was focusing, I think, more on distance than angle there because you do not want to be coming from behind the hoop. So now he can position his red here as an escape ball and maybe think about at least jawsing this peel, or blue is a little far back from the hoop. Ooh, he's come up. He's makeable. It's makeable.
Yeah,
but
is makeable.
He's going to have to run this maybe a little firmer than he would have liked. But blue is thankfully deep, so he'll stay nearby it probably. Yeah. So now this is more in order. He's done the hard stuff.
So the question is, Kyle is not very comfortable with an angled peel. So this is one where, he'd love to do a straight peel where he can control the blue ball better. The problem is yellow is not a good pioneer at 4. So he's strong enough, he can get a good split shot from red without having a rush. But this is where the players with more experience can take this and hit an angle shot to get a rush on red. The problem is with these balls, they pull a lot. We call it draw. So
here we go.
So it looks like he's trying to play for the draw, and you can see how much it's pulled.
And black maybe.
No, I think he's gonna.
Yeah, his mallet is up. He has hampered his backswing to red. So for everyone watching at home, we didn't have a camera angle that would have shown it, but I guarantee you that he was playing a very narrow angle, hoping to not get a lot of draw. He probably played that right at the middle of the hoop, and the blue ball drew enough that it missed the hoop entirely, even with a narrow angled full roll. These balls do have a lot of pull. You will see people regularly aiming the ball outside of the hoop and still getting it in the hoop. Like they'll aim completely to miss it, and it'll draw so much that it may even miss on the other side. So it makes peeling turns a lot more difficult. You have to be very precise.
I can't tell how difficult this shot is.
He's less than a foot from the wire. The hoop is directly behind his swing. It looks like he's going to do.
In front of the swing.
I think he can get. He's checking to see if he can do it through the hoop. I think he can, but he's having to do it sideways. A sideways sweep through the hoop. I think he's got this though. I think it's pretty straightforward. Yeah. Oh, he just nicked it. Just nicked it. So he didn't get the peel. So and blue is now behind 4 back. So it's going to take some work to get this back together. But this is the beauty
he's
of.
Still on court. That's the good thing.
This is the beauty of being able to get the triple on time. You can make mistakes like this, and you're still fine. You can go into a delayed triple pattern. That's looking good. Black is a little shorter than he would have liked.
Yeah,
but
the danger here is he hates to do reverse. He likes them, but reverse takeoffs are always tricky, especially you're coming over old hoop shots. It's always unpredictable.
Yeah.
So he's right behind the wicket, which is not optimal.
The least ideal place to be. Because now, if yellow truly is, and it pretty much is, straight behind the hoop, any angle of your takeoff that gets you around the hoop means, unless the court curves in your favor, that you will have an angled hoop shot of some sort. How angled it is depends on how straight of a line you're able to play, the amount of draw, the hilling of the court. So
that's quite an angle.
Yeah, so it's very makeable, but again, it's just going to be a little bit loss of control.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to probably run this a little more firmly and then have a longer return, okay? Oh,
that was fortunate for him.
Was fortunate, very fortunate. And the reason we say it's fortunate is if he had ran that past, he's now looking at a 6-yard rush back up court. He has a decent pioneer at 5, and decent is a loose term here because it's on the opposite side. But if his rush didn't come off, if it came into no man's land, then he has to find a way to get a ball to 6 and get back to his pioneer at 5, and he may be in the middle of the court and unable to do that. So he'll ignore PLD for now. Yellow will go to a good position at 6. So does this mean that he will not be attempting the rest of the triple?
He will be attempting the triple, but I know Kyle. He's going to try to get through this wicket right here. Bring it as an escape ball behind hoop 6 where he can have a chance to go through hoop 6 and rush it over, or rush blue to the boundary, or rush yellow to the boundary, and then send yellow down to hoop 8 and get the rush on blue over. He's thinking about it right now. It's very difficult to get up to that blue ball.
It is.
I would not be doing that at this point. It's just way too risky. You know, it's always difficult to give up on, you know, a triple this early, but on the other hand,
You have to get around.
you have to get the ball around. So you don't want to run any risk.
So for those, you know, I know there's someone here who's new to association based on their previous comment, but for anyone else who may be a 6-wicket player or a GC player who's just following your favorite Americans, who's interested in AC or is wondering the differences between it and 6-wicket. In 6-wicket, I've always been told that it's more because there's a shorter time limit and because, you know, there's deadness and other things that slow you down. The result is much more based on just, I need to keep a hoop lead. If I have a 2-hoop lead and can play keep away, then I can win the game. But at AC, especially at the high levels, there is no time limit, or there's very, very long time limits, so the games can go on and on. And the games often, when there's no time limit, they end when someone reaches the peg. And then there's no deadness. You can hit any ball at the start of your turn, and you can hit them out of bounds. So for high-level AC play, it's really, we judge it more on the amount of turns it takes you to make all the hoops. So I had a game the other day that I played poorly. I won, but I played very poorly, and it took me probably 7-8 turns to finish the game, and that's really bad, David will tell you. Mm-hmm. Because that's 7 or 8 opportunities that my opponent would have to finish the game in a fewer amount of turns. Every turn that I give up means the opponent gets another one and they can maybe get around. So if Kyle will not be happy if he doesn't finish this turn, because even though he'll be in control and he'll have made most of the hoops, he gives up another shot to Brian. And if Brian hits, he could finish on that next turn. So all Brian needs is one good shot. So you're in AC, there's no such thing as an unhittable leave. There's no such thing as it's over until it is over.
And the thing that Kyle knows very well, if Brian does hit his leave, he's got all 4 balls in very, very workable order to get his triple on time. So this is one of those situations where if Kyle finishes and Brian doesn't get a shot, that's fantastic. But this is a situation where Kyle knows that one shot by Brian switches this game, and Brian having almost 800 triples to his name is very, very capable of finishing, especially with all 4 balls. So
it was somewhat of a tragedy that he didn't finish the first game. He had everything.
He had everything in order, yeah.
And that happens sometimes. Kyle and I had a match in our block game just yesterday that I thought I was not going to get back up off of my chair, and Kyle was on a finishing turn and got really unlucky.
Got all 3 peels done.
All 3 peels done. Got extremely unlucky on the last peel to where he could not finish the turn. I still had to play some good shots in order to win, but it gave me the little door opening that I needed. And it went from Kyle definitely winning on that turn to it was the little opening I needed to come back. And so AC it's never over until both balls have reached the peg. So you can have the final score in me and Kyle's game was 26-25. And there's a lot of games on the record over the years, pretty much from every player on earth that have either won or lost 26-25. So Kyle will be doing everything in his power to set a good leave here that he hopes Brian will not hit, because
No, he's bringing red over.
Oh, he's going to do it going to 2-back or 3-back. He's already got a ball at 2-back.
Yeah, so he's sending that over as an escape. His hope is that he runs this with control, gets a rush over to wicket 10, and can at least jaws blue or get it in easy peeling position. So Kyle is hoping for a straight triple again. He's hoping he doesn't have to, but the reality is he is setting it up for a straight triple.
And this just, again, folks, goes to show the amount of importance that players put on finishing. You know, he does not have to do this the way he's doing it. It does make things slightly more complicated and opens him up to more risk, but it is the only chance he has of finishing this turn. And that is a very, very valuable asset.
So this is the important rush. He would love to rush this where he can get it in the jaws. So now it makes sense to everybody why he put red there, so that he can have a shot.
He's not loving
this.
He's clubbed it a little bit. It's a little deep.
But I guarantee he is going to try a straight deal on this one.
I do not know these courts well enough to know if this piece of ground is true. So from this distance, it's gonna be difficult. He's gonna aim it straight at the middle of the hoop. He's gonna forego getting any rush on red. Because if you play this with draw, it's just you will not get it where you want it to go. There's just from that distance, there's no way.
He's trying to read the lawn right now to see what he gets.
Yeah. And again, very difficult. He's not going to hit this very hard because if blue takes a weird little hill, he doesn't want it behind the hoop by many yards. And if it hits the wire, he wants it to kind of stay around the hoop and not bounce
He's
off.
Actually looking at this.
Oh, he's going to do this as a roll shot?
Yeah, he's not going to try to peel it. He's going to leave it just short and get the rush on red. So he's going to try to finish with a straight triple.
No, he went for it. Ooh.
Actually, he did go for it.
And it was a great effort.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to ask him later, but I bet you money that blue ball was pointed outside of the wire.
Oh, it was. I could see it. That's why I thought he was trying to leave it short on the outside there.
So for those at home, he aimed it to the right of the hoop from his perspective, and it bounced off the left side of the hoop. So, and David, my understanding of the physics is that the higher the ratio of the roll shot, so the closer you get to a full roll, the less draw.
That is absolutely correct.
And the narrower the angle that you're hitting the shot, the less draw, because there's less pull from the back ball away from the line that you start on. So he played a fairly narrow angled full roll and still got enough draw that it crossed the entire face of the hoop.
Yep.
From 5 yards away, 6 yards away.
Yep.
So.
But now he's going to get back to business of keeping this break in order. So he needs a really good pioneer here. He would really love to have a good rush out of wicket 8. So he rushes yellow all the way up to blue. So we can fix that a little bit because he's really going to work hard at trying to get that straight triple.
Red is deep. Deep.
Red is deep.
And black is short.
Black is short. So
that was the wrong ratio.
That was a poor attempt.
So this is the problem with going back all the way to the other side of the court and trying to get that peel. Yes, you can finish, but now he's got to play some pretty good fixing shots. That's a good one. Very good. So
he's opted for the rush over.
Yeah, red is deep enough. He needs. That's interesting. I think he was intending to do that.
Yeah, he wanted that so he can send it up and get behind. He wants to send yellow all the way up and get a chance to get the rush on red. He does not like that red pioneer. I promise you that.
So we talked about Kyle doing straight triples, which obviously are very difficult and, not ideal. Doug Grimsley has been telling a story this week due to the straight triple or two that Kyle's already done. And basically it was the first time he met John Solomon. And Doug had just won the world championship plate with a straight triple. And then, he's at the British Open or something like that, and he goes over and introduces himself to John Solomon, and John Solomon says, "Oh, I know who you are. You're the person who just won the World Championship plate with a straight triple. Congratulations." And Doug, trying to, be humble and everything, says, "Oh, it's not a big deal. I bet you've done a ton of straight triples." And John Solomon just shakes his head and goes, "No, I never had to. Never had to do that." Paul Newbecker says, "Hey guys, wishing I was there, but happy to be able to watch along. Congrats again on the doubles, Tom." Thank you, Paul. We wish you were here too. It's been a while, man. Paul Newbecker, one of our top level good young players from he was up in Buffalo for a long time. But Paul, I believe last time I saw you that you had moved. But hope to see you soon, man, at one of these events. I think it's been since the 2024 GC Worlds in Chesapeake. Paul helped run the live streaming setup over there.
Good spacing here.
No, he's not going to be able to get this very deep.
That's reasonable.
He has a great ratio on those. I wouldn't have had red half that far.
Exactly. He's got a really good stop shot racing.
Like, my goodness, my red wouldn't even been past the peg, probably. Those of you will be able to see in a second when the camera angle changes, but he managed to get red. You can see the right side of your screen. He managed to get red all the way up to 11, which is fantastic. It's a great Pioneer. Like I said, I would not have been able to get it anywhere near there.
So he'll put yellow past hoop 10 on the outside. He is hoping, I think, to bounce blue off of the post to get it in front.
It's a tall order.
If he's going to do this, he's doing a takeoff here. I do not like this.
No, because then you're going to have a really hard time getting the rush.
Right.
In fact, you're going to have an almost impossible time. Why wouldn't you just roll up? I get the idea. I get the need for precision here. He's just trying to tap it in front. So maybe he's resigned himself that he's just going to have
the one peel to take away the lift.
And maybe a vertical spread leave. Mm-hmm. A vertical spread leave, ladies and gentlemen, is good for when you are for four back or penalt. Basically, you put one of the opponents in the back of penalt, so in the mouth of hoop 6, and then you put the other opponent in the mouth of rover, provided that neither of those balls are for those respective hoops. And then you set up your rush, basically, on the side, on the east boundary over to four back or penalt, whichever hoop you're for. Then no matter which ball they lift, you have a 3-ball break. Finish the game.
Of course, having said that, I've never seen Kyle do that.
We'll update our screen is
so
turned
he
off.
has got the one peel, and he is not going to get his triple. He will not get a finishing turn. But his thinking is that lift wicket was very valuable to him, because if it gets to a game that gets a little bit scrappy, he knows that this next lift is the last lift he's going to give up. So I'm not sure exactly what his thinking is here. Obviously, he is trying to make it difficult for Brian to build if Brian hits. Because again, Brian is more than capable of finishing this game on one turn with a hit, especially with the balls all laid out in the court. So, going to be interesting to see what he comes up with. But you're right, Tom, he may decide to leave red up at hoop number back of...
If he was going to do that, I would have expected him to leave yellow here.
Yeah, exactly, to have an escape.
So I doubt that that's what we're going to see unless he wants to come back and clean it up later, which is very possible. Yeah. And that's probably what he's thinking about right now. Is how he's, because he has to already have a leave in mind at this point. He only has 2 hoops left.
Well, if he did, he wouldn't be thinking about it. So I think he's in the process right now.
Well, he may have had an idea and then decided to change it. I did that the other day as well. He may have realized that something he wants is...
It would be wonderful for him if he could leave red unrushable to 1.
Yeah. So basically in the mouth or against the wire of hoop 6.
Forcing Brian.
So the leave is actually still very doable. He can, if he takes off and leaves it right behind, he can come back and fix it. So the way you do it is you need to be very precise at rover to be able to put yellow in that hoop and rush blue over to the side boundary.
Yeah.
You then need to have a precise takeoff back to red to just tap it and put it right up against the back of the hoop.
So he's going to do
a diagonal of some sort, which is also very reasonable. It's very standard. He's comfortable. He knows how to do it.
This may be a crosswire at the peg with red being that close.
Yeah, he's got it really tight.
That's what he's thinking right here.
And while we're waiting for this, we would also we thanked earlier our sponsors for the YouTube channel and the Sarasota County Croquet Club, and we'd also like to give special thanks to the people responsible for bringing us this live stream broadcast and who have recently done a wonderful job bringing us most of our major broadcasts. I do live streaming. Me and David are sitting immediately adjacent to their command central tent that we have here next to the courts. We're actually looking at Kyle straight on over our computer monitor, and they've really... the people that I do live streaming have really come to understand the game of croquet, and they've made, even just in the few tournaments that I've been at where they're doing, here we are, hello. When we're doing events, they've really made great improvements in, the way they cover it and the scoreboards we have and just understanding the flow of the game and how to keep up with everything. And so really professional job those guys are doing, and we appreciate everything, bringing it to all of you all around the world. And then, of course, we would also like to thank our governing body who brings us this tournament and other national championships, the United States Croquet Association. Everybody comes together to make these events possible, and we just really appreciate everybody's hard work and dedication and volunteerism. And now you guys maybe understand why I'm talking quieter than usual, because we're sitting right there under that umbrella. And my voice carries. I will have to, if this match ends soon, I will have to leave you guys anyway. My match with Edmund Fordyce will be taking place this afternoon on court 3, which is the court to the right of the screen from where it currently sits. Edmund's been having a good tournament so far.
Edmund is quite a player.
Yeah, he is. Edmund Fordyce, for those who have not had the chance to meet him yet, is from New Zealand. And he will be representing New Zealand national team this summer in the McRobertson Shield. So,
as will Tom, Kyle, Matthew, Stephen,
Zach,
Ben, and Zach. They will form the strongest McRobertson Shield team that the U.S. has ever fielded. So we are very proud of all of them and wishing all of them the best of luck. Come home with the first ever McRobertson Shield for the United States. So that is the hope. And we know we have a very, very capable team. So Kyle has finished his turn.
Yes, with a standard diagonal position. Looks very orderly. So with Kyle being for hoop 11 and red being rushable there, it makes more sense for him to lift yellow, but it makes more sense for him to lift yellow anyway
he
because
has to lift yellow.
Because yellow is his winning ball.
At this point in time, and Brian has to hit it.
Yeah. So
Kyle's going to finish. Kyle's going to finish with either yellow or red on the court, and Brian knows that. So he's going to take the shortest shot possible with yellow, which is his hoop number 1 ball, and he's going to try to add to his long array of triples.
So this is going back to what we were saying earlier about association. He is live on everything. Does not matter what he did in his last turn. He can play either ball. He could play red here. He could play yellow. And because Kyle went through hoops 4 back in this turn, he also went through hoop 1 back, but either one, then Brian is going to get a lift to one of the balk lines. And for those unfamiliar, the balk lines are an imaginary position where you can start in a C. On the southern boundary, where hoop 1 is, it is from corner 1 to the midpoint of the boundary, and then that is A balk. And then B balk is its mirrored image up on the north boundary from corner 3 to the midpoint of the boundary. So Brian is electing to take what we call the short shot here. He is going to the end point of A balk, right behind hoop 5, as close as he can get. You mark it in a yard, and Kyle has left him a 16-ish yard shot, 15, 16 yards. Yeah. So he is going to be attempting to hit blue. Oh, wait, he's shooting at red. Okay. This is another viable option.
Yeah. Red is the shorter of the shots. Plus, he's thinking if he misses red on the left, maybe he comes into
bounces off the peg and ricochets back into red because red is so tight. So it's somewhat of a double target if he aims right in the middle of them.
And a hit here, actually, even though Kyle on hoops has a big advantage, if Brian hits here, his odds of winning are much better than Kyle's.
He does not like it. Ooh. And it missed just outside the opposite end of the peg. So not the hit Brian was looking for. Kyle is coming back out onto the lawn. And this just shows, I can look over to my left, and Kyle had gone all the way back under the awning, sat down, and was having a drink of water. He fully anticipated Brian to hit here.
Absolutely.
So he was prepared not to get back up for a while.
And he was also prepared to lose the game if Brian hit with the balls in this position right here. The likelihood of Brian finishing that game with all the balls in this position was certainly better than 50% with someone of Brian's skills. So that's where a lot of players, they look at the score and they say, wow, Kyle's got a big lead right here. And it's not who has the lead. It is who has control of the court.
Right, the innings, as we call it.
Innings, exactly.
And this goes back to it's about number of turns. The more turns it takes you to finish, the more opportunities your opponent has to get their turns in. So
he's done the first part well. He did not get a great rush.
Yeah, he's close enough. It's very cuttable. But when you're approaching from behind the hoop, you just don't want these little things to hopefully compound errors. Like that, where he didn't cut it at all.
Like that.
So now what was a trivial hoop approach now becomes a somewhat demanding hoop approach. What can go wrong here, David, is if he sends red deep and then he barely gets through the hoop, he may not be able to hit it. Mm-hmm. Or if he runs the hoop too long, he could end up in no man's land where he doesn't have a good ball to hit. It's going to be short.
That is very short.
This hoop is makeable, but it's on the borderline.
Right. The only advantage that he has is that it's red that is right there and not yellow.
He has made it. That's a great shot. But those at home, he will be very unhappy with himself having gotten in that position.
Not happy at all, I can tell you that.
That's the kind of thing that can end breaks, especially on difficult conditions where the hoops are very firm and the ground is hard.
Yeah, he was very lucky to get away with that.
And it's just those little things. It just stemmed from the fact that he didn't quite get the straight rush, even though it was a close rush. So a lot of people, I always tell my students in association that if, let's say Kyle had missed the hoop shot there, a lot of students blame, I made a bad hoop shot, or, that was a tough hoop shot. I missed that. And they just think about that shot that they failed. But it was the several shots before that when things got you to that position.
It was the rush.
And then the split shot.
That didn't give him the good rush. There again, it's not a straight shot. Now he should make it. But you don't want to keep giving yourself angled hoop shots like that. That's how you lose matches from winnable situations.
Yeah. Well, folks, we've come through the fire and the fury. Kyle has done everything he needs to do, barring a really weird grievous here. A grievous, for those who don't know, is in association, if he were to have rushed black into the peg, his turn would be over, black would be out of the game, but all the other balls are just as they lie. So, very rare thing to happen, but it has happened to people.
Oh, it is. I don't think there's any of us that haven't done that.
So, but he's managed it well. So we expect to see this game being over, and then I will go pursue my opponent.
Well, thank you for joining us, Tom.
Yes, thank you for having me, David. And he's pegged out.
Be on this court. And
I'll be on court 3.
You'll be on court 3.
That's what Doug,
Okay.
Mr. Grimsley said. Thank you, everybody. I will see you later, maybe.
Okay, thank you, Tom.